Howdy, howdy, everybody. Let's see. Why is Caster Labs constantly disconnecting from Twitch? I do not know. What's up, Code Cone? Striplet, Wascally, Wily Coyote. We got Wascally Wabbits and Wily Coyotes. That's great. Let's see. Okay, now it's connected. Probably need to refresh it. Yeah, that seems to work. Let's try again. YouTube comments are here. Yay! Huzzah! Also, Dave, yes, I did see some of the discussion about that stuff. I'm not sure what I'll do. I mean, if I start playing a mod pack or something, or go in Mega Base where I need some sort of calculator, I might try the new one, the factory solver, but I'm probably gonna try Hellmod first to make it work and muddle through some of the issues, unless it's really bad and just literally won't work, even if coaxed into doing what you want it to do. So we'll see how that goes. But, yeah, that's gonna take a while, isn't it? Okay, so we just dropped eggs. Is that true? Yes. Okay, cool. It's gotten some updates. It's gotten a good 5 or 6 updates since before, but yeah, I have I fear the death of Hellmod. If Hellfema can't get their act together, so to speak, you know, and like really update Hellmod to kind of, but it's so unfortunate if that was the case, because it's the best factory planner by far for so many reasons. It's also not the best for other reasons that I know some people choose other ones because Hellmod UI is complicated and stuff like that. But what I'm not saying it's the best overall. I'm saying there are a lot of spots or things you might want to do where Hellmod is the best. And that's even more true now that they added the ability to nest things in. And so I'm just really hoping that Hellmod doesn't die. I'm hoping that it stays, you know, maintained and can continue getting updated, and the little bugs can get ironed out, and it can be great. So yeah. Anyway, what are we doing today? Well, we need prod module 3s. So we're gonna work on this. I feel that prod module 3s of high quality are going to be kind of the next big unlock, potentially combined with a little bit of maybe speed module 3s of higher quality, because then, you know, at that point we can, and beacons of higher quality, then we can make things go stupid fast with stupid high productivity. Because obviously the more you focus on speed, the less buildings you need, and the less beacons you need, and the less modules you need. So in a weird way, speed modules are kind of like productivity for your modules and beacons and assemblers, because then they let you build more in the same space. So also they save power, better speed modules and better beacons, so that's worth pointing out. Anyway, before I start recording, I want to do a little bit of figuring out of where we're going with this. So we will see what we will see. But so our initial thought was we craft some number, you know, and I can extend this, of the prod module 3s. And of course we're gonna want, you know, quality modules in those. Then those are gonna go over here and we'll filter them out. I will let a certain amount build up, but then I will recycle amounts past that. So then these need to be, you know, limited chests. Should I technically have a legendary one here? We would never want to recycle legendaries, but I would. It is possible that I get legendaries out. So let's do that. So that's good. Now we set these limits. So you are going to be prod module 3 is greater than, I'll get up to 100 just because I don't have prod 3s at all yet. And then you're gonna be uncommons, rares, and you would recycle epics if we could have legendaries, but we can't. So I'll say 2,000. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. Okay, so that's kind of gonna work for that, and then once we recycle stuff, this is where also I feel like it's simpler to just say that uncommons go left, or commons go left, everything else goes right. So something like this, I want this to be extensible though. So I'm trying to think of a better way. Like, should I lay these? I don't know. Because this is doing nothing over here. What am I going to put over here? I'm thinking the other crafters of specific types. But that's going to come from this belt of ingredients. So maybe I should fold all this over like this. I don't really care too much about making this a small, dense build. Like, I'm not going for, you know, Factorissimo style density here. I think we just want to make sure that, you know, we're not making a giant L shape here. So that'll get the things we want to recycle coming out here. So this is the things we want to recycle. So then we're gonna need recyclers. And then those are gonna have quality modules, of course. We do have some epics. Epics feels so good. That purple color is really satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. And having more dots and a better color, I say better color, like that's clearly my World of Warcraft addled brain saying that purple's better. You know, why is purple better than blue? Because of gaming experience, that's why. Let's see, so what else do we need to do here? So we recycle stuff. Doesn't really matter which recyclers we go into. Purple is more colors mixed, that is true. Depends on if you're doing light or pigment though. With printer ink, the magenta is one of the colors. Okay, so then what we're gonna wanna do is we're gonna wrap the normal ingredients back around and we're gonna prioritize those. So that way we don't have to deal with crafting a bunch of normal P3s, common P3s. Instead, we're only going to craft uncommons and higher. Now the question is, how do I don't know how to describe what I want to do here. Because there's the simple option, which is we do one for each, you know, quality. Now that's weird. Does that not default to having the same one selected? Maybe it doesn't. Huh. I thought it did for some reason, but maybe that's never been that way. So this is what we could do. There are a couple problems with this. The problem is the ratios are all wrong, right? We're gonna make way more uncommons than anything else. And so we might even need 2 for uncommon and only 1 for all 3 of these put together, or definitely only 1 for these 2 put together. So the ratios are wrong with this, which I don't love. And it's wasteful. What I'd rather do is have all 4 of them be doing what my Gambletron does and pick what we should be making based on what we have and make that. The problem is where do we store all the pieces to make those things, and then thus, you know, get them to the... Because belts are going to be a little bit of a nightmare, because it's like, how do I get the items from storage? Let's just say this is storage. How do we get them from storage to an individual assembler and set that individual assembler to the correct recipe? Like, it's just, it's a hot mess, right? And so it would require an insane amount of combinator logic to make something like that work. Because we would need... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I need new ideas. Because if we did it that way, we would just need to have an insane amount of combinator logic that combines with the inserter, and then that would, you know, cause it to run the exact amount of ingredients it needs to out of the belt those items to the correct spot. Which, is there even a way to do that? Because you can't... I really wish you could set splitters based on wires. If you could, that would allow you to route things differently based on logic, but we can't even do that, so we'd have to use more inserters. I bet you could do this with 2 combinators. Alright, I'd like to see you try that. I'd like to see you try that. I mean, there might be another whole method to do it that could work with 2 combinators, but certainly the method I'm talking about here, where we would, like, you know, go to different buildings based on, you know, like, I don't even know the easiest, but you'd, like, turn this one off or something, and so then that would be off, and then this could move all the items if we wanted to send to a different... Because the problem is you also need to know which one you're sending items to. You can't just say, oh, I have enough for an uncommon, and then just send them out into the world, because then we don't know. We know we need to set one of the assemblers to make uncommons, but which assembler do we set to make uncommons? Because in my theory, this perfect machine, any assembler could be making any quality at the same time. So that's certainly not going to work. Yeah, Jordan, the splitters based on wires is a very surprising thing that feels missing. I wonder if... Because splitters used to not be very strong, like, way back in the Factorio history. They added, you know, this whole input priority thing. I guess they were always able to do filters, though, weren't they? I think they were. I can't remember. But, yeah. So, I guess the question is, do I just settle? The problem is, okay, yeah, you didn't have filter splitters back then either. Okay, I couldn't remember. It's just been so long. But yeah, old splitters just literally split. That's all they did. So do I just give up? The problem is, what if I scale this up to the point where I need more common or uncommon makers? That'll be the first thing that will happen. It'll be a long time before I need multiple rare makers, but that'll happen too. And so it's almost like I need... And then I'm ignoring egg spoilage for a minute here. I know that that's another bag of worms. That's another bag of biters. Bag of eggs. You know, because we can do the simple idea like this, where, you know, we just go past the buildings. But if you're doing multiple... If you're doing multiple buildings, then each one could get the wrong amount of ingredients. So doing multiple buildings is really a pain in the butt. Hey, Aria, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So... I would need legendary eggs, yes, if I was... I don't have legendary unlocked yet, but yeah. I mean, yeah, Jordan, I could use a bot-based approach. I really wish... This is... You know, I haven't thought about this mod for a long time, but I actually am really wishing for separate logistic bot channels. Oh, there went a rocket. Because that would be really helpful here, to be able to have a separate logistics bot network just for this stuff. That would be really nice. You know, and not having to remove all roboports in a giant radius around the build to accomplish that. Because right now, that's the only way you can accomplish that. So that mod would be nice right now, because I would probably use bots. I just like to keep these separated. Yeah, Aelor, we can read the contents of a machine and only insert if we have... But then you have to deal with, like, combinator logic to filter different... You know, you basically have to measure what it would need versus what it has, and only filter... You know, like, that's already a couple combinators just per building. You know, it's definitely possible. A lot of things are possible with what combinator logic can do. So it's not so much a question of what's possible, it's how I want to solve it right now. Yeah, Rascally, you can do a lot in a single one, but you still can't do everything in one. You can't do math and selection. You can't do selection and deciding. You know, like, there's certainly a lot more you can do with one, but it still is not, like, you can just do infinite logic in one. Especially not without sacrificing legibility. There is certainly, if you really go ham, you know, of, like, assembly code almost, where you're, like, doing a bunch of archaic weird stuff in one decider combinator, you can accomplish a lot more, but it, like, almost wouldn't even make sense. It just happens to do the same things, like bit shift logic kind of crap. That's a whole world I'm not getting into, partially because I'm not very good at it, and also because it would take the next 20 hours of gameplay to make it work right. So, do I just want to do something like this? Let's slow down. How many, because my main worry was needing multiple uncommon makers, but how many of these are we going to need before that's going to be a problem, right? So we would need we would need to produce 4 uncommon modules to recycle into a single common module. But these have a quality of about 19%. So with per, I'll just call it 20%. For every 5 normals that I recycle, I'm also going to get 1 uncommon output, which means for every 20 normals I recycle, I'm going to get 1 set of ingredients, of uncommon ingredients. So for every 20 normals, I make 1 set of uncommon ingredients, and for every... These are just straight up 20%. They'll be higher later, but roughly. So these are gonna make, for every 4 normals, they're gonna make 1 uncommon, roughly. So when I have 5 of these, I'm gonna get 1 uncommon out, and only a 4th of that becomes uncommon ingredients. But then those 4 normals become 4/20ths as well of uncommon ingredients, because we said it was 1/20th for the recycling bits. So that's 4/20ths, which is a 5th. Plus a 4th. 5th plus a 4th is 9/20ths. So 5 of these running would get me about half of one of these running. And I didn't account for productivity in that. So 5 of these running is actually about the right number to keep one of these running most of the time if you only have 1 uncommon. Obviously that gets a little... We use the uncommon thingy a little bit more when these change to epics. I don't know the exact math on that, but I just really, it feels like doing all the sorting and other logic, it's such a weird give and take, because it's almost like this is simpler because we don't have to do as many buildings, so it all goes into one chest, which means we need a lot less logic. But then, because it's such a small build, we need to copy paste it so many times. And so, like, obviously, if we were to have a build, and I know previously we had 2 here, so if we were to have a build that had 12 total EMPs, we certainly shouldn't need 48 combinators for that whole thing to work. So it's kind of a weird, like, the bigger you build, the more combinators you need, but the less combinators you need because you don't need to copy paste it as many times. So that's what I'm currently fighting against, is this idea of, like, if I build it bigger, I'll only need 1 set of brains for the whole operation. Even though that set of brains will need to be bigger, I only need the 1 set of brains. And so I'd like to have an expandable setup that continues to only need 1 set of brains, rather than having a small setup that works with a brain, but then I have to copy paste that brain for every single setup. I know I probably shouldn't be worried about that. It's not even so much a UPS concern, it's just like, I don't know, it just feels wrong for whatever reason. Maybe I should just live with the Gambletron 3001. It's just gonna take forever to catch up. Look at how many epic Q2s I have here. I have enough for at least 12. Yeah. Am I trying to do it without logistics? You mean without logistics bots? Yes, that is the plan. Well, maybe that's the plan. I guess I do need to seriously ask myself if I should just do it with bots and call it a day. Because that certainly simplifies things. Certainly simplifies things. Because I can't think of a good way. Yeah, Code Cone, that's kind of the thing. Like I could just do bots. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Maybe I should. I don't like that it mixes materials, right? Because then if you copy the setup that you have for these to make blue chips, blue modules, speed modules, that's what they're called, that thing. When you start making speed modules with it, now you're getting rare, you know, blue chips from both setups, and your bots are going to be sharing them between them. So then you really have to be careful how you have the logic set up on everything. You can totally do it, just such that you're never stealing things you shouldn't be stealing based on the ratio of what you're making. So it's kind of like you need to make sure either the whole system is running or none of it is running. Otherwise, you're going to end up with bad ratios. So let's imagine this for a moment. If we were to store things up in a chest. I mean, this is pointless. I would just filter the items separately. So maybe, I really don't like it, but maybe for now we should just I'm gonna do something like this, because that makes things a little simpler. Maybe for now, I should just output left uncommon. Now, this is a scenario where the mod merged chests is going to make a huge difference, right? Because then you can put all of your materials into a long chest like this, and then you can have, you know, 4 different buildings around that one chest really easily. No, I'm not going to use train wagons. Don't suggest it. I mean, you can suggest it, but I'm not going to do it. I know that is technically a vanilla solution, but I absolutely hate that solution. So I'm not going to do it. No cars, same thing. I will not use vehicles of any type. Not tanks, not Spidertrons, not cars. Not gonna do it. I guess I can actually just do it straight up like this. That will work. It always feels weird to do this, but that does work. Because these aren't... My brain sometimes gets priorities mixed up with filters. They don't do the same thing, right? Like, a filter is absolute. That thing will always go left, and everything else will always go right, and there are no overflows for that. And that gets my brain mixed up when there's no filter and you have output priority left. Like, that will overflow over here if we don't use it all. So I think sometimes my brain mixes those up. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so resistant to that, because it's kind of a fun solution. Like, when I see other people do it online, I don't think that it's, like, wrong or anything. But for whatever reason, it just doesn't... I don't ever want to do it. It feels wrong. And I don't know if I can really describe it that well. But yeah, this is just so much simpler than the other methods. Requiring a billion combinators, or according to Wascally, 2 combinators, though I highly doubt I would be able to accomplish this with 2 combinators. I'd be impressed if someone could. Regarding the thing I was talking about earlier, where all of the buildings are controlled separately, you would need a lot of combinators for that. You would at least need a different combinator for each building, on top of some sort of brain to control how many buildings you want to set to a certain thing. I don't know. I think it would require a lot more than 2. That idea. And then the idea of sending items from a central chest down a belt, but sending the exact amount you want to the location you want. Those are some really complicated ideas. Okay, so this is boring, but I think technically works, right? Egg spoilage is a thing. I will have to handle that here in a minute, but I think this is where I'll start recording. You're torn between thinking it's a good idea and how completely cursed, so you'd actually make a train and a station to make it feel less cursed. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to Factorio Space Age. Couldn't remember what the game was called for a minute. I've been working a little bit on the Gambletron 4000. I think we're going up to the whole next level, because this is a totally different thing than the Gambletron 3000. The Gambletron 3000 is beautiful, and it's been doing what it needs to do, though I had too many of these getting crafted for this guy to keep up. But that's a different problem. We've been working a little bit on figuring out the best way to do it. I would really love a method that allows for more than one uncommon crafter, because that's going to be the first sticking point. As I scale these up, this guy's going to be running full time and too often, right? So that's going to be the first issue that would happen. So I'm wondering if instead of doing it this way, what if I did it this way? Or sorry, that's legendary, and that's a peak, and that's rare, and then the rest is uncommon, and then I can, if I really wanted to, I could fit 3 around one chest. So that could be a thing. That's interesting. So that'll at least help a smidgen. One smidgen of help. Yeah, we could do that if we need to. The problem is they're gonna fight over ingredients, which is kind of annoying. So I could make it so this inserter can only insert if this building is running, and that will at least I mean, it won't fix things perfectly, because then that'll run, one item will come in, it'll pop in here, and then it'll sit there, and it'll of course be the uncommon biter egg, and that'll spoil by the time it gets around to running again. Do it where they're all uncommon crafters. So Code Cone, the problem is then that ruins the whole sorting of items into different chests. And again, how do you get the items to the correct building? It just doesn't really work right. Like with having single tile chests, it's really hard to get ingredients where you want them to go when you've got a bunch of separately controlled. A single belt of all uncommon that feeds them all. Wait, but if they're all uncommon ingredients, why would I ever switch it to these? Then the chest at the bottom with special ingredients. It's an intriguing thought. I think it's a little too far off of what we're doing right now. That feels like a whole project in and of itself to even consider how that could work. It is an intriguing idea, though. It could work. There's lots of issues I can already foresee it having, but I'm sure they could get ironed out. The other idea, someone already mentioned this, is just sushi belt, which is also possible. You make a big loop that essentially, because the Gambletron 3000 has worked okay, basically having a building that's controlled by contents of a chest. So then the idea is, you know, you just have this operating like a chest, right? All the items are in here. And obviously your loop needs to be long enough that it could have a relatively statistically likely scenario where, like, even if you got unlucky and got a bunch of the wrong pieces in a row, it still wouldn't jam up. So you'd have to do some math on, like, how many different pieces could I potentially have without being able to craft something. And then you probably want to double that, you know, because you could fail to get a superconductor a bunch of times in a row, and then that would cause you to have more blue and red chips than you should have. The law of large numbers does state that it is technically going to average out. However, the problem is, it's also, if you look at the variance between when you get too many superconductors to not enough superconductors, there will be peaks and valleys on that variance, which promises that at some point, the peak will be too high in terms of how long you've gone without getting a superconductor, and you will have too many, you know, uncommon red and blue chips and quality module 2s, and it'll jam up. So you would have to have jam up prevention for it to run forever, because it technically would have a 100% chance to fail eventually, no matter how big you made this. Though as you make it bigger and bigger, the chance that it actually fails within your lifetime or the span of your gameplay, it does go down pretty quick. So you could make it reasonably big enough that it wouldn't fail, but you could technically never prevent it from failing, which is also weird. Which is just as true with a chest, by the way. That's true here. It's just the chest is so big. I know it looks like there's a lot of stuff in here, but that's just because we had too much input. The chest is so big that, like, we're already into the this would probably not ever fail within our lifetime type of numbers with the size of a chest. But anyway, I don't think we're going to do it that way. That is a very interesting thought with quality. And if you guys didn't love the Gambletron 3000 episodes, I apologize, because Gambletron 4000 incoming. But I'm just going to work with this. Okay, this is just what we're going to do. I would like to get it done. Speaking of lifetimes, I would like to get this build done in this lifetime. So I'm just going to do it this way. I know that there are other ways we could do it, and in some cases better ways that we could do it. I also kind of just realized, I guess we just send these. I think the easiest way to do this is to put these back on a belt. This makes it kind of messy. Maybe something like this. The quality mechanic is going to be argued over for years. Don't sweat it. Yeah, exactly. I love quality. It is so fun to play with. It's at least so fun to think about. Some of the actual play is sometimes actually a little tedious, but the thought of it and the solving it is extremely entertaining. I want everything to be on the same lane. This should put it all on the far lane. I think. Yes. And then that will actually be... Ooh, Gleba! Oh, you know, that keeps happening. Do biters not... I mean, I have a lot of turrets right here. Do biters not have a... like, warm-up attack time? Because I think they should. Because otherwise you get... This is... I mean, this is a very minor feat. It would be really nice if biters, like, couldn't attack for maybe half of a second to 1 second after spawning. Just so that if you already have defenses prepared to immediately kill them, they don't happen to get one attack in. And yeah, turrets also, yeah, their turrets are not instant. Yeah, that's annoying. Oh, you have to use, so turrets have a longer, yeah. Anyway, all that to say, I feel like that's annoying enough without a huge benefit that they could change that, and it would be just nice for the player. It's a small deal, just a minor annoyance, but, you know, might as well make it better. Okay, so... Shall we change this around even more, or is this good to go? So, items come in. They're all going to be on belts. And then... we make the modules. Those get sorted into their respective boxes. And then the boxes will output when we have enough in said boxes to the recycling. I don't know if 3 is enough. We'll have to do the math. We did the monster math. He did the math. Okay, and then all the different parts will go into the separate buildings, and then this one runs when it needs to. So yeah, I do want some basic prevention of this one from running unless we have too much stuff. And then egg spoilage will be dealt with, do not worry. I wanted to make a version of the blueprint that actually would work for all the other things too first, before we made one for, before we dealt with the biter eggs. Because the biter eggs are only going to be showing up here. And then what we'll do is, well, and I guess they'll show up on this belt too. Going back to the ingredients. But we always are prioritizing these. Hopefully we'll be able to make things fast enough that things won't spoil. Obviously, if we run out of blue chips or something, we'll have a lot of eggs spoiling. So we'll have turrets here, don't worry. Maybe I will use gun turrets. I have plenty of piercing ammo. And that should make things a little simpler for kill times. But yeah, so the different egg qualities will end up here. What's the recipe for uranium bullets again? Oh yeah, I can easily do that. I have a simple 14,238, and that's just because we've run out of chest space. Okay. So then what we're going to do is we're going to have some sort of recycling egg chaos here. How are we going to do that? We need to measure a lack of eggs of different quality. And then supplement with that. Easier said than done. I guess I could just use... I could use any one of these. Rather than being super specific, I could just say if I have, you know, maybe greater than 10 legendary blue circuits, then I should on demand a legendary biter egg. And like on average, that should work out fine. Technically, we could have... No, that should actually work out pretty well. Maybe I should use the module 2s, because module 2s are actually really kind to you in the sense that they always recycle into exactly 1. Because the recipe... Where's the recipe? The recipe is exactly 4. So because of that, you can get exactly 1 per recycling. And so that's actually the best indicator. So if I happen to have 8 of these and still 0 eggs, then maybe I on-demand an egg of that kind. Can you quality biter nests? I actually don't know. Oh, okay, I guess you can, but they make more eggs, not quality eggs. Right. So... how do we do this? It's like I need something like this. And then... Beaconing nests. You cannot beacon nests. I think I did try that. Wait, quality nests is that they spoil slower. What? Oh, you mean like the nests die or turn feral slower? I think that's what you mean. That makes sense. I would assume they don't need more bioflux. If they do need more bioflux, that would kind of negate the whole point of doing it. If you need more because like, what am I getting at? Assembling machines go faster, but don't need more power. So I would hope that they're the same thing for nests, where they go faster, but don't need more bioflux power. Anyway, I think something like this will work. It feels... No, I think I'd rather loop just one. I wonder what an egg recycle time is. That I do not know. But yeah, maybe we just do something surprisingly difficult to get. I guess I could flip it. So that's how we self-recycle. And this is the one that will go back. Like that. Bioflux as fuel. It sure looks like it's fuel. It doesn't seem like a new mechanic. It seems like the fuel mechanic. It's just different that when it runs out of fuel, it starts getting damaged. Here, control, what is it? Control shift? No, shift. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it just consumes 100 kilowatts of fuel. It's just food fuel instead of fuel fuel. Oh, I didn't really want to do that. But, anyway, so yeah, we're gonna have to control this with combinators. I'm not sure exactly how, but we're gonna want to measure the contents of all these guys, certainly. And then when we feed that into some sort of combinator, we're gonna want... Let's think. Where are my combinators? Cider combinator. So let's imagine we feed that into this guy, and we say if I have production module, productivity module 2 of, we'll start with legendary, is greater than 10, and biter egg is 0, then we would like to output biter egg legendary. Are night visions offensive? Yes, they are. I cannot stand the new night vision. Cannot stand it. Absolutely horrific for me. I know that not everyone agrees with that, and that's fine because that is an opinion, right? Everyone is allowed to have their own opinion. But the new night vision, the old one was just this like desaturated colors, and that felt slightly annoying but acceptable because it was night vision. The new one, which makes everything yellow, I actively dislike to the point where I felt relieved when it would turn off. Like when the morning would come and the night vision would turn off, I'd be like, oh, thank God, it's finally over. So that kind of told me, you know what, I'm just going to stop using night vision goggles. So I will get a mod that changes that when that is available. Anyway, so... It kind of is odd you can't deselect the red network. Because it's like, what if I was connected to red later? Then I'm going to have to uncheck this, but I can't preemptively do that. That would be kind of nice if you could. Anyway. So basically, I need to feed... I'm wanting to think, like, what if I needed multiple types at the same time? Like, if I need a legendary and a rare, I don't necessarily want it to be recycling the rare that it ends up creating when we just need it anyway. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong signal. So, yeah, so this is fine. But then I need to, this is the complicated part, is how do we control all this? Because we're gonna need, we're gonna need a fresh egg supply that only activates when we want something. So I guess we could have a decider combinator that says if anything is greater than 0, we'll output, you know, just the green light. And this will only enable if we've got the green light. So that's an option. Then... then this will feed eggies into the recycler. We will never want to not feed eggs into the recycler. Yeah, Code Cone, I'm a little confused on what you're saying, because Factorio had a version before that was... they changed it with Space Age. And in my personal preference, they made it far worse in Space Age than it was before. And I don't totally understand the reasoning for it, but... so I've seen some people online that say they like it and they hated the old version, so it's certainly just an opinion thing, but... for me, it's such a gutturally strong feeling that, like, I will never use the new version. I will always get a mod, or I just won't use it. It's so bad to me. I think it's something about the colors changing. It's like something's wrong. You know, it's like, wait, colors don't just change. You know, if it was when the yellow night vision pops off, it's just like, blah. Like, why was that ever yellow? Why are we so yellow? It's just, if it was way less yellow, I might not be bothered as much, but it's so yellow. Anywho. So we need to filter these inserters based on what we want, right? And so here, I mean, we could... oh, I have a simple idea. Yeah, so I guess the yellow is Nauvis, right? Because I think it is a different color on each planet, and that's why they did it. Was to make the planets feel different or something, but it just doesn't work for me. So now here's my thought. We can just add up all these signals, and then that can literally set the filter on the ones we want, right? And then, and sometimes it'll make 1 or 2 extra, because there's some lag time between here and when it actually ends up in the chest that we're measuring from. I'm okay with that. That's not going to be the biggest of deals, because eventually, you know, we're gonna need more anyway. I don't know. Maybe it will be a big deal, and I just don't know it yet, but I think it's okay to not do that. Anywho, can I... black... Yeah, I can. So that can just blacklist all those things. So all the things... I feel like that's going to be risky. So if it's currently telling me we need an epic, then this is going to pull out any epics we get, and this will pull out everything other than epic, which means we'll just recycle ourselves until we get to that higher level. So then we need this guy. Also have that those same signals. But I want to have an and in here, where basically I kind of want to stop feeding eggs in if we need to be recycling. I guess I don't know how fast this is going to run. I need to find out how fast eggs run. If they're like almost instant, then I don't need to worry about it. And if they're slow, I do need to think about which one we're feeding in at which point. So I'm going to go grab a couple eggs real quick. The last egg won't be picked up on the small belt near the recycler. You mean the self-recycle belt? Like the little stubby 2-length one? Why wouldn't it be picked up? Okay, so about the eggs. No, that's not the same problem. You're thinking of like if a belt is saturated, then the inserter won't grab the front one just because it's not in the spot that it wants to grab from, but it will grab from that spot if that's the only thing on the belt. So it's not like this is going to be a forever saturated belt where the front one won't get grabbed. It will definitely grab from the front of the belt if that's the only thing on the belt. So we don't need to worry about that. Okay, eggs are actually kind of slow. I was hoping they were faster than that. Well... Okay, maybe instead... But is that still fast enough? See, here's the thing. Like, I need some serious math. Like, even though it's not that fast, is it fast enough to get me the on-demand eggs that I need? Maybe? They have a 1 in 4 chance, and it takes whatever that is, 0.2 a second. Yeah, a faster recycler would help here a little bit. I never set up a better loop than uncommon. So, because what we need is to know. I mean, we have no idea how often things are going to spoil, and how often we're actually going to need the services of this thing. So for now, I'm going to say it's fine, and we're not going to deal with, all the little problems. And we're just going to hope for the best. So if I need an uncommon, then it should just poop out the uncommon when we need it. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is okay. This is gonna request spider eggs, 50. And then we'll recycle them. And what I don't want, here's the thing I don't want. If this belt has something on it, then I want this guy to not be inserting. That's the way to do it. Because basically I want to say, we always prioritize recycling the ones that are already looped around. So we're gonna hold, I can even do all belts. And then you are enabled if everything equals 0? Is true when there are no inputs. Yeah, that's fine then. Talking about epic recyclers, I could fix the Gambletron 3000. Ah, that's a good point, by upgrading the quality of this guy. Yeah, having that be an epic plant would probably make it fast enough to keep up. But then eventually when we get to legendary Q3s, I don't even know if that's true. I don't know what the ratio is. We'd have to, again, we'd have to math it out. But okay, so that'll request eggs if we need them. And what was this gonna be? I think we can undo that now. Request eggs if we need them. Can't I just say anything is greater than 0? Here now? Is this combinator doing anything useful? Sure don't think so. And yet, why is it turned on? There's no signals. What? It is false when there are no inputs. Oh, it does say disabled right now. There must have been like a tick where it wasn't seeing this stuff. Okay, so that should work. That'll recycle the eggs and the... I mean, look, is it gonna work properly? Not 100% sure yet, but we should be fine. And if we're not, we're not. All right, so now to have some... gun turrets. Just to make sure any insurrections are swiftly dealt with. Oh. I was like, why are we not building that? Only... I saw I had a bunch of turrets, but those are laser turrets. Alright, and then, yeah, we'll put some over here. Just for whatever reason. Because this is where the normal eggs are going to end up on the belt. Okay. Oh, after you had productivity for asteroids, yeah, you had to slow down the main inserter. That does make sense. Okay, so here's where things get a little sticky. We need red, blue, and prod 2. So... and then all of those are going to come out of the recyclers from time to time. And so we're going to need to sort out all of those things. So left is going to be advanced circuits. And then left of that is going to be processing units. And these are all, these items are going to be on the bottom going right, which is the outside here. So then that will be blue on the bottom, red on the top. this. So there's that. And then this is going to be the biter egg, yeah, biter eggs and whatchamacallits. So the eggs go here. And then we prioritize those. The eggs are on the top. The other ones are on the bottom. Biter eggs go there. And productivity module 2s. Why does it say we don't have those in the network? I have about 1 billion of them in the network. Oh, that's not in the network. Okay. I was like, look, I know very, very little in life, but I do know I made like 700 prod 2s. Okay. I do have a jump scare heart attack waiting in my inventory. But it's not. It's so lame. When these spoil, only like 5 biters will spawn or something ridiculous. It's really lame. I understand that it probably was overpowered, like in a sense that the player was wrecked if you spawned 1 biter per, but I'm kind of disappointed that it doesn't. And as much as I don't love things being overly difficult, it feels weird that they do it that way on Gleba, but not on Nauvis. Especially given by the time you're doing it on Nauvis, you've already dealt with Gleba eggs spoiling, I mean, or at least you've thought about it. And so you should be even more prepared for biters to spawn from the biter eggs. So I am curious why they did it that way, because like game design wise, it just feels weird. And yeah, the stack size being 100 obviously could be part of the problem, but then I think they did it that way to make biter eggs easier to transport to other planets. But then, I don't know, it's just kind of a weird. I'd prefer slightly more difficulty and consistency in that sense. And it'd be more epic when a pile of eggs does spoil. But I do think I understand why they didn't do it. Okay, well, we'll see if this works. I certainly am about to find out. I'll just put some more of these everywhere to make sure we're fine. We are about to get our first productivity module 3. Woohoo! Yeah, we even got an achievement for it. Nice. Oh, and we got an epic? Just right off the bat? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I mean, what are the odds of that? 23.5%, which means we have about a 3%, well, 2.5% for an uncommon, or I mean a rare 0.25%. Yeah, like 2.5 out of 1,000. That's a pretty lucky shot right there. Yeah, I was curious if 100 was enough to keep things flowing here. Part of me almost says I should do a sushi loot. You know, the final egg here is going to spoil every time for the same reason we've had. There's the same problem we've had before. That is such a minor annoyance. I don't know how to fix it. I don't think there is a way to fix it. Like, we even tried putting the inserter on the end. Chests don't fix it. Because we could put them into a chest here, but then this inserter is not grabbing from the end of the belt. So basically, if you ever put eggs on a belt in a saturated fashion, where the belt stays saturated, the one on the end is always gonna just get left alone. And I have yet to figure out a way to deal with that. I guess you could purge the entire belt once in a while or do something crazy. Yeah, well, sushi, I don't know if that's a fix for this. That's just a different setup in the first place that doesn't deal with the problem. Or that doesn't have it. It's a different solution to how to use belts. Well, an egg loop is going to actually be worse in some ways because the fresh ones are going to be mixed in with the more spoiled ones, and it actually increases the likelihood that things spoil eventually. By always using the ones on the end, you make sure that you have the least spoiled ones getting used first. So this is a way to prioritize the most spoiled. Yes, it does deal with this one egg on the end issue, but it fixes a lot of others. Yeah, the other method would just be to only request eggs, just to have a few looping around constantly. But then the problem is if you add fresh ones, like, you can get screwed over by one spoiling randomly if you use a sushi loop. I actually think a sushi loop is the worst method here for eggs, because an egg loop has no control over what level of spoiledness is getting grabbed. And chests are fine when you're just doing one building, but when you have 6 buildings, I'm not going to put a different chest in front of every single one of these and request a few eggs. I could. That would work too. Yeah, you can loop it around, put everything into a box, leave the box with 50 in it so that it's always averaging something out and take out the most spoil. Yeah, there are lots of various solutions, but that's a completely different thing than what I'm doing. I'm just talking about this one little issue of when you're doing it this way, which is a very reasonable solution. There's this one annoyance of an egg on the end. And I just wish there was a way to fix that, and there isn't. Yes, there are completely different ways to solve the problem, but that was never in question. So, yeah, so we've got this. It's gonna be a while before we start the next level of stuff, because these are all getting, you know, recycled. Am I keeping up with the blue circuit costs, by the way? Yes, very much so. Oh, right. No. Wait, no, these can't have speed. I had 8 of those running, so I guess we could do it. Yeah, and of course we could once in a while recycle eggs, but yeah, let's do this. A couple more going. I also don't love that these have so many biter eggs inside. Is that gonna be a problem? They're like constantly refreshing them. I guess they're not constantly refreshing, but they wait until they get down to like 1 or 2 left. So 8 times 0.30, so we need about 1 prod 2 a second. We have more than enough production of that. So yeah, it'll be a question of, do I have enough circuits for these to be running? Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Alright, so this is the Gambletron 4000 with egg quality upcycler attachment. Certainly an interesting design. I could definitely make it more compact. We've got a lot of little wasted space in here, but I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I mean, I think we're good. I just need to see these numbers kind of get higher to start recycling stuff. Oh, thank you. Yes, these machines are supposed to have quality as well. And I do have all epics in these, right? Yes. Oop, missed one. Eventually the legendary. Why not? What's 5 more Q3 epics? They only cost $1 million each, basically. That's fine. Oh, yeah, yes. No, that is a good, that is true. If you're already making a legendary, you can't upgrade it anymore. That I will agree with. But you can hope. Yeah, let the legendarier, you know? Always hope for the legendarier modules. Alright, pretty soon these are going to be dumping out and getting recycled. Oop, we already got it happening. Nice. So this is where the chaos begins, because we're going to be getting... Okay, everything went to the right lanes. I like to see that. Oop, there we go. There's some uncommons. Oh, I never... yeah. I never fixed this. Okay, so we have to solve this problem, which is... We only... This one only runs if... Maybe if the chest is starting to get... We'll just do a super simple... Like, we only enable it if the... prod to uncommon is greater than 8. That just means the chest is starting to get full, and it's full enough to kind of support this one running full time. I think that's a simple way. It's not perfect, but I think it'll work. And I think eggs are definitely going to spoil in this area. Although, the nice thing is the higher quality ones last a while, so maybe we'll be okay. I mean, if these Gambletron 3000s were any... if there were any indication, we can make like 1 point... Well, the numbers aren't right anymore. We screwed up. Because these chests were filling up with things, and now they're not giving me the accurate ratio any... Wait, what? Why is this not running? Okay. You're telling me that... No, this isn't right. No, this should be running. Why is this not running? Oh, do I just have enough epics? Did it stop because of that? Is that even something I have? Uh-oh. Is the Gambletron 3000 broken? What's going on here? Wait, I don't have epic superconductors? I literally thought I just saw a bunch. Oh, there's only one. Okay, never mind. We're okay. Weird. How do I have so many epics of the other types? That doesn't seem right. Especially because these numbers are all very similar. That's enough for like 4 plus some craftings, 4 plus some, 4 plus some, but only 1. I guess it's not that far off. I only have to fail a few extra times. But those are the types of issues that accumulate over time with the ratios of recycling. Okay, so then these... Oh, we got one running. Nice. Nice. Alright. And there are bugs attacking. I might have bugs attacking in here soon. But yeah, this is I think working. So I've got prod module 3s going. Where do I want to put them? I guess an obvious place for them would be blue and red and green circuit crafting. Those are already pretty productive though at 110% for the blue circuits. So I'm not going to make a huge dent in that. This will be This is already 180% as well, but it still helps a bit. There are 5 modules, so we're multiplying whatever increase we have per module by 5. I'm gonna start with some requests for uncommons. And we'll start using those in different places. Wow, that actually is a huge boost. Holy crap, going from prod 2s to uncommon 3s is a 35% add-on. That's actually a lot more than I thought it would be. Wow. So we're up to 2.45 productivity. That is awesome. That is awesome. Okay, and then these guys run the most often, so I'll put these in the final ones. Oh, yeah. I mean, as far as research, Wascally, that's exactly right. I'm not really researching that much these days anyway. And the labs already have kind of a ton of productivity. You know, most of my resources are not going into research at the moment, even if I do a research here or there, so it's not a big deal. You cannot prod module makers, Maria, unfortunately. Otherwise I would do just that. Okay, so that's done. So I guess what we can do is copy this now for speed 3s. Maybe gravy. Let's parameterize this. What? I can't hit Q. Did I just find a crazy bug? I can't get rid of the blueprint. What do I do? Do I put it in the trash? Oh, okay, there we go. Jeez. How is my inventory so full? That's a different problem, I guess. Here, I'll just go down to whatever it is I'm requesting with modules. But yeah, that was scary. I was like, what's happening? I thought it was a bug for a second because I was like, oh, there's no way my inventory's full. I don't think I realized how full my inventory was. So that's my B. Got so much random crap at this point. But anyway, okay, so copy that, parameterize it. We're gonna change that into blues, that into blues. And then we'll just build that a little further down the line here. So I want to get those higher quality speed 3s going too. And what just happened? Did I not do this? Oh, you know what? I bet I clicked out of it. This is one of those, like, it's not really a bug, but it's kind of a bug. If you click outside of this parameterization window, it actually is the same as escaping it and canceling it, where I do not think that's the correct thing that it should be doing. Alright, okay, so there we go. Yeah, E does work properly, but like if a window can't, like the inventory, you can't just click and it closes. So really, if click to close works, it should also save. In some cases, click to close doesn't do anything, like right here, click doesn't do anything, right? So there are places where click to close just doesn't work, which is fine, but if click to close is going to work, I think it should confirm your choices. Or just click to close shouldn't work, which is maybe the better solution, because you could argue click to close saving your choices feels weird. But in that case, click to close just shouldn't close it. Anyway, my point is we have speed modules. So now I just copy the Gambletron? Is it really that easy? Is the Gambletron 4000 still working? Seems to be. I'm gonna stack size, or override stack size with 1 on these bad boys. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the noob question, Spleen. When should you start using modules? Yeah, so, you know, you guys mentioned Prod 1 modules, and I actually completely agree with that. Prod 1 modules are really nice to just put in your assemblers because even though they decrease the speed, the productivity increase is about the same, so it almost compensates for that. So really, it doesn't even slow down the output of your items. I mean, it technically does by like 1 or 2%. The main issue is the energy consumption, so I would only do that obviously if power is not an issue right now. And then efficiency 1 modules are really nice if you are having power problems or worried about pollution. And then speed module 1s are actually quite nice too. Being able to make your blue assemblers 40% faster or your yellow assemblers 80% faster, those are pretty huge swings. And beacons are also definitely worth it because they actually are more effective for the 2 modules you put in them than if you were to put those 2 modules in the building itself, because they have a 1.5. So modules are definitely worth it, is the short answer. This one on the end is about to spoil, actually. Yeah, efficiency 1, if you're worried about biter attacks, or maybe worried is the wrong word, if you're actively getting attacked by a lot of things, you definitely want to use efficiency modules. In your miners is kind of one of the main places, but really just everywhere works. Alright, is there anything else we're not doing that we need to be doing for this? We've got lasers, in case of biter spoilage. Got this going. I don't know, I think this is pretty good. So then we'll copy this. I will remove... just try to deconstruction planar these things. Remove those. Well, can't really remove that without messing it up. I'll remove the requester chests. Need the lasers. And then... I think I can just take that, put it up here. You're just starting to mess with oil? Yeah. You remove biters before they get the chance. That is definitely the way to do it if you can keep up with it. It is the way to do it. This gets me these things. And then that's not going to be... Oh, you know, I should have parameterized this. Hold on. Wait a second. I need those to be there. Those to be those. And these to be tungsten carbide. Confirm. Save. There we go. I meant to do that first. But the nice thing is you can just paste it over. And now all of our inserters, like back here, should have the right settings. Replace that. And I think good to go. Minus these trees. Really? That's too far to reach? Wow. I guess I'm so used to the quality of life research stuff. That feels so close. Especially with mech armor. Not that mech armor should make your arms longer, I guess, but it feels like it should in my head. Yeah, Maria, I feel like there's a word for that. I forget what it is, but when you're wishing you could go back to knowing less about something. I felt that way with a lot of like RPG games. Definitely feel that way with like Outer Wilds, like really story-based games that you can never go back to not knowing anything about. There are lots of games like that where it's just so fun to like have the process of discovery, and once you've played for hundreds of hours, that you just can never get that back, and that's kind of sad. Alright. Sweet. Speed 3 Gambletron is a go. And now it's just a question of, are things fast enough? I guess what we should do next is a beacon Gambletron. I do need steel and copper for that, but I've already got the circuits up here. So why don't we... Well, okay, let me fix a couple things about this blueprint. I guess I guess the question is these pieces might be the wrong ingredients, but if I were to parameterize... Wait, where? Uh-oh. Where are module 2s showing up in this? In an insert. Oh, it's that one. Oh, right. I forgot about that. So I'd have to manually change that depending on what it is that I'm making. But I don't think nostalgia... No, nostalgia is the feeling you get when you think back to those memories and they're very fond and you're like, I kind of wish I could go back to that time. It's different than being like the particular feeling you get when you're playing a new game and you're enjoying the newness and you specifically wish for that newness back. I don't think that's the same as nostalgia. It's more like there's something special about a newness experience that you're wishing you could do again just because it was so great. And I think that's a little different than nostalgia. But let's see. Well, a lot of things are the same thing chemically in your brain. That's not really a salient point. That's like saying one video game is the same as another because it gives your brain the same chemicals, but like, well, no, they're different things. I don't think I can do this easily for beacons is the problem. I can set that to beacons. We could set this to be ingredients of a parameter, but then... I think I'll just leave it for now. What was the 2000? Oh, that was for the epics. Right. Mainly, we just want to set them all to a beacon recipe, and that'll get me halfway there. And then I'm going to rotate it, even though it looks weird upside down now that I've spent so long looking at it. And we're going to put it over here just because we can. And then I'm going to deconstruction planner on trees and rocks because I'm going to get those out of here. Signor fiancé, you found that you can't parameterize a fuel request in a blueprint for trains. I'm gonna have to say sorry, but I can't help you. I have not really played with trains past the bare minimum in Space Age. So as far as like interrupts and parameterization when it comes to dealing with trains, I have very little to offer you in that sense. Okay, so this one, I've got green on the left and red on the right. So we want to do that and that. These guys. And then we're going to need copper and steel. So we'll do, I guess, copper cable on the left and steel on the right. Hey, thanks for following. Two Dead. I actually don't really care for any regular beacons. We're gonna go straight for... Should I just go straight for rares? Let's go straight for... I'll do 10 of each, and then we'll go for like 100 rares. And then past that, I'll grind epics. And then this guy is needing to measure something. Let's do red chips, and we're gonna need 40 uncommon red chipos. That'll be enough to get that one. Okay. Get that. A little bit more light, never hurt nobody. And now we need steel and copper cable. Huh? And maybe someday we'll set up a laser turret grinder so we can have uncommon laser turrets everywhere. Oh, here we go. Already not getting enough green chips. Okay, so let's go uncommon prod modules on these guys. That should help a little bit. And I guess I just need more. More. Why are there... I just noticed there was a copper cable on the end of that belt. I don't know how that happened. It's looking a little better. Now red's other thing we don't have enough of. Okay. Definitely need to continue increasing these guys. And then we can start increasing the beacon's effectivity. And that will help the speed even further. Ah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. All of the things. Alright, and then we just want to green belt all of this. So let's do that. And now let me get steel. Copper cable's a weird one. Because normally I make it on site, but in this case I don't even need very much cable. I've already got a bunch right here. What is happening? Why am I seeing unstacked? Or am I seeing gaps? What am I seeing? Maybe I was just seeing little gaps. But there's little weirdnesses in the... Oh, there shouldn't be gaps. What is going on? Are they not all stacking to 16? Because 16 is 4 sets of 4, and these wait until they're full, so it shouldn't be possible for there to be things that aren't stacks of 4. And this should be a full lane no matter what, because there's a full... This is fully saturated back here. So there shouldn't be any blips on this belt, but I was seeing blips a second ago. So what was going on with that? Right there. I saw one. It was like right in this section. Yeah, I just saw another one. Is there... I wonder what the issue is. It's either visual or is it real? Is there a red belt in there somewhere? Oh, well, that's a good question. That could cause such an issue. Nope, no red belts. So because there's a fully saturated lane behind it, this lane should never be not fully saturated. I don't know what, if it's just a visual thing. But something has gone weird a couple times. It's not very... Oh, there was another one. I wonder if it's like a rendering issue, where maybe it's rendering one on top of another when it should be beneath the other. I'm presuming it's a visual bug and not an actual belt compression bug. Because belt compression has been pretty trustworthy for a long time now. And I would assume turbo belts didn't break that, but you never know. It used to be a really big deal. It used to be really hard to get belts to be fully compressed in Factorio. I'm so glad that's not the case anymore. But it's definitely different. Okay, so now how's power, by the way? Are we doing okay? Yeah, definitely using a lot with these EMPs. Short. Wow, I'm surprised I had enough to build all of it. Okay, so anyway, we need the steel up there. I also just realized with everything I've done for iron and copper, I never did steel. So we can improve that pretty easily over here. Tailor down a smidge there. And then we'll do boundaries. Making steel. Not powered up? Apparently not. There we go. Okay, so then steel, stack inserters. I need to get uncommon power poles at some point. But for now, this is just so ridiculous. 11 steel per second? Like, come on, that is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Okay. Like, unbelievably huge amounts of steel. Okay, this is all meaningless now. All this old iron production. Though I don't know if that coal belt was meaningless, so I'm not going to kill it just yet. And then there we go. Okay, so that steel... Where was that coming from? From up here. Oh, I forgot about this steel build. Cut that off. You have yet to actually play Factorio. You're scared of what it'll do to you. Well, I gotta say, it's a great game. Being scared is correct. It's called Factorio for a reason. But at the same time, I cannot recommend it enough. Okay, wait, what am I... Where am I taking steel? Okay, so steel was right here. This is the new steel. And yeah, okay, I think we're good to go from here. If we green beltify everything. Not that I need more than a red belt of stacked steel, but you never know. You never know. Let's get that all upgraded. All the way to the end. Wow, that goes a long way. Okay. You've gotten to LV 3 times before starting over. Well, hey, LV is a big accomplishment in GT&H. I gotta say, like, that... Ooh, that was a cool wave of bots. LV is a big accomplishment, so you should be proud of that. But it is... The start over itis is certainly a thing in Factorio as well as Minecraft. I do know that. Hard to avoid. Alright, let's grab steel from here. Still don't know exactly what I'm doing for copper cable. I haven't decided yet. We're gonna take this out over here. And all this nonsense. Okay, so there's steel. So what am I short on? I need an absurd amount of circuits. These are eating 5 a second each, that's a lot of red circuits. We should probably be done with the episode now that we're working towards beacons. We can say this episode was Gambletron 4000. Next episode is Epic Beacons. So I will call it here. I will keep streaming, so if you're here live, don't go anywhere. But for the future YouTube recording, as always, thank you all for watching. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and I'll see you in the next episode. Alright. Yeah, exactly, Wascally. Belt everything forever away from the bus to the point where I probably could have just made new steel right here way easier. I mean, my base has a semblance of organization to it, but it certainly is not a strong semblance of organization. Certainly. Okay, real talk. Do I need 3 recyclers? Are we just wasting modules? Is 2 enough? Because we previously said if we're recycling everything. Like if we're upcycling to Epic, we're basically recycling everything we're making. You know, there's a very small percent we're not recycling. So these are crafting enough. The crafting speed wise, these have 2 each, so there's a total of 16 crafting speed. 1 recycler at a crafting speed of 0.52 can handle 8 crafting speed. So 2 recyclers could basically handle all of this, and the 3rd will be required to handle the rest. So I actually do think I need 3 recyclers. And that is potentially not even enough, based on what we're seeing. Interesting. I may need to go up to 4 recyclers. I'll have to find out. Oh, we had a few spoilages, a few eggs spoil. So do these not craft enough? I was worried about this. I'm wondering if we need separate egg inserters that only insert if eggs are less than 1. I think this needs to request less eggs. That will be step 1. That'll keep things fresher. And then step 2... Do I care enough? I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, we're not measuring contents of the buildings. Should I be doing that? Because we're gonna be smashing items in here without the eggs as well for a while. Nah, I'll leave it. I will override the stack size on these inputs because I think that's only gonna lead to trouble over the long run, but it's fine. We really just need a lot more bread circuits. Jeez. Sheesh, we're using... why are these running? These should not be running. That's old crap. Old crap. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna work on all of our beacon and speed 3 upgrades. I get a screenshot for the episode. Let's do over here. Gambletron 4000. 76 hours into this flippin' game. It's amazing. Alright, quick break. BRB. Alright, we're back. Without water. There we go. Hello everyone, Kradex here, and welcome back to Factorio Space Age Gambletron 4000 edition. We're definitely lacking a lot of circuits for this, but with new beacons and new modules, we should be able to make that a bit better. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to grab, I think, these wires to add on to that steel belt, and we'll see if it's enough. I will output party right, so we will only make beacons with wire that is not needed for making modules, basically. But I'm just going to plop those onto that belt, and that should get us some wires to make beacons with. And then that'll come up here on this belt. Doop-de-doo. And this is unfortunately the thing that needs to be steel. Goes left. Okay. That should do it. Theoretically. They seem to be working. So there you go. Now we're spending even more things, using even more power. Gosh. I mean, these things eat so much power. I'm like, we need a big nuclear... I already have 3 different nuclear plants, and it's not even close to enough to just build this willy-nilly. I don't know how I feel about that. I need fusion power already. I know we could do some higher quality nuclear plants, and that would help a little bit. But it doesn't help that... I mean, I guess it helps a decent... Like, if we did a nuclear plant that, you know, recycled them until I had rares, like, that's decent. That's 60% more. More power. But yeah, we are already excited about fusion, that's for sure. Okay, so here's... Wow, I already have 2 epics and a rare. I probably will just skip caring about uncommons. It's such a small boost. I mean, 1.5 to 1.7 is just not a big difference. 1.9 though, that's a much larger boost. It's like an extra third. Because what we need first is more red circuits. And more red circuits. Well, first off, let's see. Are they all running? They all seem to be running. So we do just need faster buildings. So that can be done with a combination of better modules. Maybe I do rares. Feels risky. We'll start with uncommons. Better modules and better beacons. I'll actually request rares and uncommons. It also is weird to me. Oh, that's doubly weird. When you're going to set a request, it defaults to any quality? But you can't actually request any quality. What the... Wait, what? You can? Now I'm doubly confused. Oh, this would be to trash? For trashing, you can trash any quality? I think that's for trashing. Interesting. Yeah, that makes it weird though. I mean, I guess it makes sense because you would assume that it would default to just common quality rather than having to manually pick common quality. But I guess because of that trashing thing, maybe that changes it. Anyway, what's the setting that turns it into a menu instead of a tab? I don't remember. It's somewhere in interface. It's one of these somewhere. Maybe... No. People ask this pretty frequently, so I figure we can find it for everybody's benefit. Is it not this one? Well, it's not mod settings. Is it in graphics? No, I don't think so. It's gotta be in here somewhere. Play sound, parameters, smart belt building, undo, redo, confirmation dialogues. Show all items in a selection list. No, that's not it, Edison. That's something else. This one. Flat character GUI is turned off, and that's on by default. So that was a change they made a while back, and I didn't like the change, and thankfully they had an option to undo the change. So this is the old version, and I prefer it. Because most of the time you don't need these at the same time, and it just is cleaner to not have the inventory take up the whole screen for me. Keeps everything closer together that you want. Anyway, so let's do some uncommon modules here. What are these? 8.45? And then when I speed them up, change them to 10.79. It's a reasonable boost. But the real boost is going to be turning these to, 12.142. Oh, they gave us 3 decimals on that. Interesting, they go to 3 decimals. I might as well make all these uncommons, since I'm holding a bunch. And then, how fast are we talking now? 15.6 crafting speed? Pretty fast. Wait, I'm out of redstone. Wait, a stack inserter? Or sorry, a bulk inserter is not fast enough? That feels hilarious. I guess they do use an absurd amount of green chips. Wow. Wow. This is nuts. They're absolutely nuts. Okay, so what we need... So it looks like that Gambletron is running constantly. Problem is all the Gambletrons are running. I kind of need these to stop running. For now. Part of me wants to just deconstruct this whole mess. Oh. Can't do that. Did I ever save this as the Gambletron 3000? Oh, I saved it as the Grand Gambler. So I think, was that a different version? No, that might have been the same version. Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, quality inserters, yeah, that's a whole thing too. That's a whole thing. All sorts of things that I would like to upgrade. I also could set up stacking for these if I really wanted to make sure things stayed compact But that would only be necessary if these buildings were using a bunch of items per second from the belt, which they're not. So, I don't think that's too big of a deal. But yeah, those are totally gonna spoil. Totally gonna spoil. Oh well. I don't care. I've decided I do not care. So, beacons. How are these rolling? I guess I have 6, so they are rolling slowly because we don't have enough red circuits. We don't have enough red circuits because I don't have enough blue circuits. So wait, these need to be faster? Will that help anything? I'm just out of red circuits. Out of red circuits. Yeah, quality inserters aren't as good as it sounds because of the grabbing being a big part of it. Yeah. And I mean, I sort of knew that already because I've played with a lot of different modded inserters. What really helps inserters probably more than the swing speed is actually the stacking. You know, stacking to 4 on a belt. That probably is a much faster upgrade for a bulk inserter than like an uncommon or rare bulk inserter. But yeah, the, you know, chest to chest is obviously going to be a lot faster when you upgrade inserters. But yeah, I just need more reds. This is crazy. This is crazy. So, I guess I could go to Fulgora. I haven't looked at Fulgora in ages. How are things? Well, nothing's run away in terms of amounts, so that's good. Things still seem to be working. Somehow this train network hasn't broken. But, yeah. I guess the question is, do I want to start getting better than just uncommon electromagnetic plants? Well, you know what I need is, like, better quality 3s. I do have a lot of rares, actually. Okay, so what's the easiest way? Easiest way, yeah. The recycling is a pretty big output. But I need to figure out what I can do. Okay, first thing I want to do is put epic quality 3s onto the Derpamu. Picking up from Novice. On planet... Available on planet 0. Wonderful. I just used them all. What do we have available? We have plenty of rares. Maybe I settle for rares for right now. Well, I say plenty. I only have 88. So what I really don't like is there's no... I think I said this last time. There's no way to request things if they're available, and don't worry about it if they're not available. Because, you know, all requests satisfied is a condition that you might want to use, but it's like, well, certain things are vital items and other things are non-vital items, and there's no easy way. I mean, obviously you can do it with combinator stuff, but it'd be nice if there was a way to separate, like, required things to meet requests and just things that I'll request however much I have, you know, and then just carry those to another planet. There's no easy way to do that, to be just like, oh, request 10,000 of this thing, to just kind of simulate grabbing all of it and taking it with you. There's no really simple way to do that without it also causing an unsatisfied request. But this should be fine, because we don't actually have wait for requests anyway on Nalvis. So it should be fine. We'll get some quality 3s on here, and then on Fulgora we want to request quality 3 modules. I do not know the answer to that, Alor. Yeah, and inactivity time can work, for sure. But then you run into the issue where if the planet that's sending stuff doesn't have proper rocket like rockets don't get sent fast enough, you know, if that can be it. So you run into little issues one way or another. I feel like that's Space Age, right? Like, there's always these little edge cases, and there's just a lot more of that we have to deal with these rocket space platforms than just, you know, trains. Let's see. So this is needing better modules, and then this is needing better modules, and then these. Clearly I did this wrong. No wonder we have so many. It's funny, I actually have been doing this wrong, but at the same time, it's ended up giving me a lot of rares that will be nice to have. Okay, so now we want to request on the Derpamu. Wait, sorry, the Hendrickson. Wait, what am I doing? The Derpamu doesn't even go to Fulgora. Oh no. Okay, good. It didn't even. The Hendrickson is the Fulgora. Yeah, we'll just do rares for now. Okay, so we'll do that. And then I also want to request... Wait. Oh, yeah... because it recycled all the regulars. That's why that's not getting met. Would also like to request rare electromagnetic lance. Yeah, at this point, you're right. I should just remove the regulars. But I'm also confused on why we're not getting any recyclers here. I thought we had set up the same business. Did we not? Wait, no. I think I set it up with a request somewhere. Maybe not. Okay. Well, in that case... we need to recycle regular recyclers and put quality modules in here. It's just such a pain in the butt because then eventually you're going to end up with too many epics or something if I'm requesting rare. Like, there's just such little edge cases that once you start doing quality, you have to handle all the qualities. I almost wish you could clamp the output. I know it sounds weird because you're getting less than you want, but like once you've unlocked, well, heck, even from the beginning, you unlock rare and uncommon at the same time. I kind of wish you could tell an assembler, I know you have a small chance to make rares and epics and legendaries. I don't want you to do that. I want you to only give me uncommons at best. Because that would actually really help a lot of builds where your main goal is just to use the uncommons anyway, and the few rares that you get are actually more of a nuisance than a help. It would be kind of nice if you could clamp it. You know, because like once you unlock epic, that's another example where like some of your old builds, you might just want to clamp it so that they don't produce any epics and just keep it to uncommons and rares. But yeah, because right here I mostly want uncommon recyclers, but we will get some other types. Anyway, what was I doing? So we need one of these, we need a requester. Active provider. And then we request scrap recyclers. And that runs if scrap or recyclers. If recyclers is greater than 50. Yeah, and I actually don't want quality in that. I guess I could put quality in that because I'm using the uncommons, but the rares and the epics will build up, which is, again, potentially problematic. Okay. For now, this is just burning resources until we have the uncommons, or until we have the modules. So I should probably put... what's my best module I have here? Best I have is rare 2s. Let's put rare 2s in it for now. And then I'll put the rare 3s in over the top. Yeah, Wasky, I mean, they'll build up over time. I'm not handling, you know, extras. We could do... I don't know. Okay, so how are these going now? Still lacking some red circuits. Blue circuits are actually beginning to build up, which is nice. I thought half a belt of greens would be enough, but we're actually, look at that, we're actually using the entire, what is that, 120 per second? Nuts. That's just crazy. I don't really think there's an easy way to get more. We're gonna have to start doing train-based builds and stuff. I mean, I would just need a second build. Okay, so that's running. Gambletrons are going. I need to stop them at some point. That's the thing. Like, I need to have a condition on something to stop the whole process. Like right now, how many quality 3s do I have? I guess my inventory probably has them all. I just used it. Yeah, I've only got that one. So those will stop when we have enough epic quality 3s. Hey Condola, I'm not using any mods. So 0 mods is the answer. Where are you? There you are. So if epics are less than 50. Is 50 enough? I'll say 100. Okay, and then here. Epic prod 3s. Yeah, if brownout Gambletron equals 0. I guess we also need the ability to turn this off then. Which again, it blows my mind that I can do it this easily with an inserter, but not with an actual logistics chest. It's still, that one still gets me, man. I don't get that decision. I'm sure it's probably because these are already logistics connected, somehow it wouldn't have worked to do it that way. I don't know. I'm guessing it's more of a under the hood reason than a gameplay reason. Why am I typing logistic? I'm looking for quality 3 of the epic. No, prod 3. Okay, so once it hits 100, these will stop inserting, and this will stop requesting. Maybe I shouldn't stop these from inserting. Maybe I should just stop that from requesting, and then it'll use up more of the eggs that way. So, because that one condition alone will stop the whole process. So that's probably a little easier. Yeah, we know that is waiting, but that's gonna take the Hendrickson a while. Okay, it's got him. It just needs to get to Volgora, and we are requesting it. Okay, so then that will stop this one. I guess we can just do the same idea like this. Stop requesting carbide if speed 3 epics are at 100. Okay, I'm gonna grab some rare speed 3s though, just for my own personal use for now. And then they are all running, surprisingly. I wonder how many circuits we're making these days. Holy crap. 10,000 green chips a minute? That's a lot. That's a lot. Wow. And 34,000, or 3.4 thousand red chips a minute. Alright, so what do we actually need to do? We got kind of sidetracked. So epic quality stuff. Quality modules and beacons. That's what we're doing. Okay. What else do we need? We've sort of redone metallurgy. We've sort of redone circuiturgy. I think I can take those off the list for now. So I think it is finally time to begin preparations for Aquilo. Which is crazy. So, oh, we have a bunch of epic beacons now. Bring a sweater. Yes, yes, we will need to bring a sweater. Epic beacons. Forget rares, we're going epic. I need to upgrade bot speed again. These guys are going slow. Now that research is cheaper. There we go. Alright, so what did I want to speed up? I mean, does it even matter at this point? For blue chips, it's more about prod than speed, because they're using up the entire thing, but I guess we could use some more speed here. But yeah, we really need the prod 3s, I guess, to be better here. And I'm not requesting. Epic prod 3s, and we shall. I have so many. Am I requesting? I guess I'm requesting those. Maybe that's just from, I don't know, some manual stuff. I know that's weird when I do that, but the way that it ends up working out is the bots just give me back whatever I already had requested anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, there we go. 175% productivity. Oh my goodness, that is nuts. I mean, look, the purple bar is going way faster than the green bar. I love it. I love it. How much power? These are taking 23, 26 megawatts. That's insane. Yeah, the nice thing, I'm glad they made Legendary 2 steps above Epic, because otherwise it wouldn't have felt quite as good. Let's see, what's the easiest way to describe this? It would be with one of the things where I can type. What are they called? Display pane. So basically, the progression goes 1, 1.3, 1.6, 1.9. If the next one was 2.2, that would feel normal in a lot of ways, because like, well, that's just the next number in the sequence. But if you think about the actual improvement from 1.9 to 2.2, now it's still about a 30% flat improvement, but you're starting at what is basically 2. So that's really only like a 15% improvement. So I really like that they made the final boost a double jump, because then that actually feels like, oh, going from Epic to Legendary is another big upgrade. So I do like that. I think that was a good decision. Now plastic is gone. So let's take a quick gander at that. What's that? What's the situation here? The situation is we could make this a lot better in a lot of ways. I've also forgotten, these just increase productivity, which means basically speed is increased. I mean, look at these guys. They increase productivity by almost the amount they decrease speed, which is a huge boost already. And then we can take our faster speed modules, and then we can take our epic beacons. And now that's really gonna cook it up. I guess we're actually having a rate issue here. Is that oil? No, it's just these guys are too slow. Yeah, I mean, that's because we have old ass Speed 1 modules here. We can do better than that. There we go. What's our oil production now? Fluids. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at that. We went from about 15,000 to about 30,000. So that doubled everything. Rounding was screwing you a lot on prod in the lower tiers. Oh yeah, that is kind of a weird thing. I guess this one works normally. It goes 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 10 instead of 9 because of rounding. The prod 2s are kind of weird though, that it only goes 6, 7, but then 7, 9, 11, and then I don't know. It's yeah, but I mean, to be fair, you're not generally going to. I guess we were doing some gambling on the prod 2s, but the uncommons were kind of sad at only 7%. But yeah, I think we're good on plastic now. Let's actually upgrade that to a green belt. That was not the belt I thought it was. This is the belt we're looking for. These are the droids. Okay, so get that all upgraded, and then what am I doing? Well, I guess Aquilo. Potentially, we're gonna need a new platform. So starter pack. Oh yeah, I don't have to. I do like that they thought about this, that you don't have to like manually get a starter pack to it. We are going to grab the newest Patreon member for this one as a thank you, doubling as a shout out and a thank you. I believe it is. I don't want to get it wrong. Synthus. So Synthus, thank you for the support. The SS Synthus will be our Aquilo bound platform. And I have no idea how to design for this. I know we need the missile turrets because the asteroids are bigger. Yeah, these only show up after Aquilo, so we only need to worry about these guys. So they have absurd, so infinite electric and fire resistance, mostly infinite laser resistance, though technically not. You could do enough infinite laser damage researches for you to be able to take these down. And then it breaks into mediums, which is worth noting that you still need to take care of the mediums after it breaks those. Wait, I've dealt with mediums already, right? In just the normal... Yeah, the mediums show up everywhere. And then the bigs... Yeah, have 2,000 physical resistance. What kind of damage do my rocket turrets do, though? I guess it's the rockets that do the damage. Oh, they deal explosion damage. I assumed explosion damage was only from the area of effect stuff. Okay, so they only have a 10% resistance then to these guys. So it'll take about 3 rockets per. Is that right? 760 times 0.9. I don't think is enough actually. Times 3 is 2052. Okay, actually 3 rockets is enough at my current upgrade. Cool. Okay. So we're gonna need to make rockets on the platform. We need to get to infinite upgrade 12 for 2-shotting. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get there anytime soon. Explosion damage. 12. I'd need to do 9, 10, 11, and 12. I need to do 4 more. And it doubles every time? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So, let's not. What could happen is some more plastic and free rocket fuel, though. And some more free LDS. Why not? Some more bullet damage. Some mining prod. Some more steel. Do a little bit of everything. Oh, I should probably do Planet Discovery Aquilo. Well, we'll queue that up next. Okay, let's start designing our Aquilo platform. I will start with requesting some basics. Cargo hub. And what's this called? Space Platform Foundation. Request 1,000 of that. Then I would like to... I might keep using the Gambletron 3000 for things like gun turrets or missile turrets, because that actually feels kind of handy. So let's Gambletron. Problem is we need to use an assembler, and assembler won't fit properly with this. Maybe they will. Yeah, if you build new ships over the other planets, you have to make sure to get the defenses up there pretty quick. That's for sure. So what do I actually care about having higher quality of? Do I want to do higher quality nuclear reactors? Or am I fine with regulars? If anything, maybe I should do higher quality boilers. Okay, so we need to modify this a bit. Uh-oh. I can do that. I need to know what it's connected to. The red wire... Okay, the green wire is connected to the back of that one and the back of this one. The red goes to the red star and green goes to that green star. I need to do the same thing. And the settings need to be the same. So red... That's not red. Red goes to there and green goes to there. And then it was set recipe, read working, and red control signal. Like this. Okay. And then these don't have any settings. Then that works. Oh, quality pump jacks have less of a drain? That's nice to know, Mega Man. I hadn't even thought about that. Okay, and then we'll do Westers. And now... What? I'm trying to remember, why can't I outsert the epics here? Did I have a good reason for that? Because then they end up going in here. Which is where they... Oh, they don't end up going there. They... this one has a different... right. Okay. Never mind. I remember now. I would need to make that a provider chest, which we didn't want to do. Yes. Okay, sorry. I remember now. So yeah, we do need, unfortunately, these three. So then these need to basically stop based on the epic quality 3. I'll parameterize this in a minute. Quality 3 being less than, 100 or whatever. And then those will stop running once we have enough epics. And then we're gonna need... Start with rares in these. Just for consistency. And then what are we crafting for our first hierarchy? So turbines could be nice. Satisfactory or Factorio, which is better? I've said this before, and you know, I'm not mad at you or anything, but I think that's a bad question. They're very different games that they do have a lot of overlap. Yes, they are in the factory genre. There's a lot of systems in both of them that can be argued are somewhat similar, but they're solidly in different game feels. I don't know if that's a word. Kind of like for food, mouth feel is a thing. Like game feel is a thing, and they feel completely different to play. So I don't think you can say one is better when there's such different games. You know, if you were comparing something like Factorio to... What's a game that's closer to Factorio? I mean, there's a lot that are closer than Satisfactory, in fact. Like, even Dyson Sphere Program is far more similar to Factorio, and the comparisons are far easier to make. Satisfactory being 3D is already enough of a difference in the way that the game plays out, and just the way the buildings are, and the way the building of buildings is. It feels so different to play. That being said, I prefer Factorio, but that's a preference. It's not saying that Factorio is better. Like, I can get lost in Factorio for hundreds and hundreds of hours, whereas Satisfactory, I kind of get burnt out pretty quick. So I'm trying to decide what I actually want. I feel like it's gonna, if I do one thing, I'm gonna have to do them all, but that's not really true. Maybe I should focus on... I mean, asteroid collectors make a pretty big difference when they're higher quality because they have more collection arms. So they really zoom, but a few uncommons is good enough for me. I almost feel like it's the ammo, but that's not, that's made in space. Maybe assemblers. Maybe having better assemblers in space is actually going to be a big deal. So let's start with that, to be honest. Oh, sorry. To parameterize this, though, these need to start with those being the quest. So then... Viking, that's actually just a recent patch. That's changed for everybody. It used to be a drop-down menu for quality, but now it's just a little bar right here. That was like 2 updates ago. I don't know, 2 or 3 days ago. So that's nice. It's funny, this has the programming that it'll only run when we have enough ingredients for 2 things, but that's not really necessary for assemblers. That's fine. Alright, I think I can just save this. In here as Grand Gambler Assembler. And we want to parameterize... Oh, what is that? Why is that a parameter? Wait, what? Oh, that's measuring... That's all of them put together. Being... This is going to be hard to parameterize, isn't it? So... Yeah, the problem is these are 10 each. I think if I take those off of being 10 each, I can parameterize it. Because we need it to not be 10 and 10. Let's just go to 12 on that. And this is currently making 150 rares before it moves on to epics. Let's change that to a default of 50. 5 regulars, 5 uncommons. Let's go to 20 uncommons, because sometimes I'm going to want some uncommons of things. And then it'll move on. And then... I think I can now parameterize this nonsense. What's happening here? I can delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Definitely delete that. Okay, so then this is the assembler version. And so this is the Grand Gambler assemblers. And we'll parameterize, and now we get to have a really fun time. Oh, and even the 2500, oh no. That was specifically set with the crafting time in mind. So is this going to need to be a formula? God. What is the 1? Okay, I don't need to change that, that's for sure. So anyway, this... Let's start with the easy stuff. That's parameter. This is ingredient 1. And this is double the amount. So we do P0 I1 times 2. Ha, you guys thought I was building my Aquilo ship? This is just gambling. Gambletron 5000. Let's see, is that right? The item count of ingredient 1 of parameter 0. Yeah, I thought this was going to be easier to adapt to just anything, but we hadn't really done that hard work yet, have we? So here we are. So then this goes to ingredient number 2. This is only going to support 4 ingredients, which I think is okay. I don't think there are many buildings that require 5 ingredients, but there are definitely some. So that's going to make me real sad, isn't it? I'm going to have to redo this. Or add that in, at least, for things that have 5 ingredients. Does a nuclear reactor have 5 ingredients? If so... Crap. That needs to be I3 and I2. I don't know what I'm doing here. Ingredient, parameter, ingredient. Parameter formula, P0 times I4 times 2. No, P0 underscore. There we go, that's why it doesn't like it. Okay, so that's good. This is how many commons. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's how many. Also, can we talk about how it's actually really annoying that it doesn't show the quality symbols in this particular screen when it's saying in circuit condition, you know, quality 3 is greater than 20. That should be uncommon, you know, but it doesn't show the quality symbols in these. That makes this even harder to do properly. It's just, you know, this is already a pretty rough around the edges screen, and the fact that those don't show quality is definitely not helping there. So the issue with this now is this the delay that it has before changing to a new recipe. And this delay was configured so that we would not end up the delay is configured so we wouldn't end up changing before we wanted to change to a new recipe halfway through the second craft. I don't care about crafting 2 things in a row anymore because this isn't you know, what's the word? These don't have extra productivity, so I don't need to do 2 in a row. But I might as well do 2 in a row because it's not costing me anything to do it that way. and then it works if I turn this back into an EMP version. So then the question is, can I formularize this easily enough to make that crafting time? Because we want the assembler is going to have quality modules in it, which is going to slow it down to a crafting speed of about 1. So if I want it to last for 2 recipes, or I should say 1.5 recipes, then we need to do the crafting time times 1.5 times 60. Is that right? Sure. And then this, can you do a formula and a variable? I don't know if you can do both, but I need that to be X, and this is just -1 times X minus 2. I know these parentheses aren't technically necessary, but they're for clarity. I don't know if -X works. That's why I'm not doing it that way. It might work, but I'm not taking any risks. Anyway, then this formula is going to be the crafting time of... We need to drag these down below. P0T times 60 times 1.5. Confirm. Save. Okay. So theoretically, if I plop this down and hit assembling machine, it'll just hashtag work minus the requesters. Oh god, well then that's why. 50. And that feels excessive, but I'll settle for it. Does this work? Don't really know. Ah, well, no, because it doesn't have any quality modules in it. Let's start with that. I need to request these in my own inventory. These should not still be missing on Fulgora. Hendrickson has 50 rare Q3s. Fulgora should have requested those ages ago. And it is. What's happening? Does the Hendrickson not have unload checked? It does. Help me out, guys. Why is this not working? It's got the 50 Q3s. Q3 rare. At Fulgora, we are requesting, and it's checked, Q3 rare. What's missing? Like 99% sure this should drop the rare Q3s when we get over Fulgora. Why has that not been happening? It hasn't been to Fulgora yet? No, that's not possible. It's been a long time since I said this. It's been like, I don't know, forever. Although this does have the 1800 seconds. Has that happened? Maybe that's what it is. This does only go every 30 minutes. I forgot that that had a 30-minute timer set. Room in landing pad shouldn't be an issue. Okay, it seemed to drop them that time. Maybe it literally did take that long. We must have hit the beginning of that 30-minute timer. I think you're right, Maria. I think it just hadn't gone yet. Weird. Okay, now this is not running because we're not making very many assembling machine 2s. Uh-oh. Ah, are you kidding? Ugh. Do you guys see the problem? Oh no. So because it had, the other ones had 4 ingredients, these have conditions that require 4 conditions. Oh, Edison, you're here. I literally I wasn't sure if you were in the stream. Yeah, I was looking at Edison's solutions to quality, though I don't know if I actually learned anything from it. Not because your blueprints are bad, but it's really hard to understand someone else's quality gambler blueprint. All that to say, this means I'm gonna have to figure out how to manage the fact that we have extra ingredients in some and not in others. Is there a way? There's gotta be a way to do this. I don't know what it is. I mean, I could fix every one, but that's annoying because I have to delete them in every single combinator, which shows up in 4 places. So, I mean, I could just do that. Also, this is not working. Oh, it's resetting way too fast. That's the problem. Because the craft time is so flipping short that it's not giving enough time for the inserter to run. You know what I probably need to do is change... Craft time is like half a second for this, right? Yeah. So what I might need to do is add a flat amount, you know, like an extra 5 seconds, just so that this is an interesting issue. What I probably should have done is waited for it to start running, you know, and then started a timer. And then that would have worked better. Instead, we have this issue where it's going for 45 ticks, and it really needs to go for like 150 ticks, and that's 152. No, maybe. It's still too fast. Go 250. Yeah. I think if I were to do all this again, I would say screw it and figure out how to do it all with bots, because this really is more of a pain in the butt than one really wants to deal with. But it is working. Okay, so now I would like to figure out why this is so slow. Because these gears are really slow. I don't know what's going to make that a lot faster. Something like this. And that. And this. And we'll just densify the belt by 4x. Easy peasy. Alright, and then you. Faster. You guys, go faster. I guess they need a lot of iron plates, but that should be a decent amount better. Yeah, I was wondering if that would be too slow. You need a speed in there. Okay, that should help things along. I could just build all this in space. That's a good point. You know, why build things on a planet? What is happening with iron? Oh. Going slow. We're actually using all of our iron. That feels weird. I guess this would be a good opportunity for these epic beacons and my newfound prod 3s here. Uh-oh, I'm out. I'm all out. But yeah, and then this needs to be a green belt the whole way. Alright, so anyway, we should be getting some better assemblers. Do I really want to make different versions of the Grand Gambler? Just for different ingredient numbers? It's super annoying. So the way to handle it would be to have the extra, but there's no way to parameterize an if, you know, something has 3 ingredients. So it's always going to be a parameter, and then it's just going to be a blank parameter if you have 3 ingredients. And there's no way to fill in that blank thing with something else if there is no 3rd ingredient. So I actually don't know if it's possible, because it's almost like you need a dummy signal that it would put there if you didn't have 3 ingredients. And then you could make that dummy signal just always, you could send a fake, or send a signal of 10,000 of that dummy signal. And then if it didn't have 3 ingredients, you know, it would just get that. But I don't actually think, I'm gonna queue up the Aquilo and do that next. I don't actually think that's possible. Interesting. And it also doesn't sound right that I've gotten 0. I've gotten 0. I wonder. Honestly, this will just be faster on stack size 1. Okay, that is working properly now, I think. Yeah, we've got 8 rares. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry, those are inactive providers. I'm a dummy. We probably have some epics by now. No? No, we don't. Interesting. Oh well, we'll get there eventually. Hello, Valerie. How you doing? Yeah, maybe I just need to do more basic, like, keep rolling until we get a certain amount of uncommons or rares or whatever and be done with this. Because I think I do want uncommon grabbers. So wherever I'm making grabbers, I think what we want to do is recycle... Oh wow, and crushers too. So I think we can just do a simple... Like, forget this. Forget that. We'll do thrusters too. Oh, we have so many. So new-ish plan is basic stuff we want slightly higher quality of. Am I really out of rare Q3s too? I am. Wait, why are those almost out? I should have a decent number of those. Oh, those are not provided to the network. That's why I have to manually grab them. Okay. So yeah, my idea here is we request the thing, we make the thing, it goes into the provider chest, and then we just recycle the commons if we have... Well, I'll just use the limit as the guide. So if I have too many regulars in here, I'll start recycling them. So that's enabled if grabber... No, what's it called? It's not called grabber? What are you called? Asteroid collector. Ah. Could have sworn the word grabber was in there. Clearly I've made that up. So if that's greater than... If we have more than 10 or even 5 regulars, we'll start recycling. Recycler. And then that will just go back into the network. And that's it. So this will make, you know, that many slotfuls of non-common versions of whatever it is we're making. And I'd like to do that for the grabber. I'd like to do that for the crusher. I'd like to do that for the thruster. You're all good? You're a bit bored after you played through the DLC? Yeah, I am not there yet. We still have lots to do. And there's so much, even if I were to beat the game, like let's say the game was finished as soon as you get to Aquilo, which I know it's not. But let's say it was. Even if that were the case, I would still have so much, like, my base is disgusting, right? So I could work on upgrading the base and making a whole new base with proper modules and beacons and my train network. I haven't even touched the train network yet, you know, and then you go to like Fulgora. I could make a proper base on Fulgora, which is a whole different thing. And I just feel like there's so much left you could do, even after winning. It's kind of crazy. Okay, but I think these are good to go now, right? Also, did I ever research the inventory? Yeah, the tool belt equipment. I need to make that. Why not do the same method? I should parameterize this. tool belt equipment. What do they stack to? It is important what it stacks to, otherwise I may have too many stacks going on here. Those stack to 10, so that's fine. These stack to 10. These stack to 20, so yeah, I don't know if I need that many. One stack for normal, uncommon, rare, epic. Alright, so this should be getting us, yeah, some uncommons. Got bigger collection area, slightly faster arm, and 2 arms. Oh, it consumes a lot more electricity, though. That probably won't matter too much. I doubt those are going to be the main electricity consumption in the base. Now I want to do one. Should I do one for nuclear reactors? That feels kind of risky, but I kind of want to. Let's start with heat exchanger. Does the heat... We don't get free heat from that, right? No, yeah. Higher qualities don't get free stuff. They just go faster. The nuclear does, though. The nuclear actually... Or no, it just consumes more fuel. So nothing ever gets more efficient with any of these being higher quality. We just use less space, basically. Okay. That. Change you to you. That. Yes, you can use the foundry in space. And I certainly will be. Because that means we need a lot less, you know, stuff. We'll still need some calcite, but you can get calcite in space for free. So we can actually... I don't even know, you know, once you're in a space with more of the medium asteroids, you could maybe have enough iron and copper in space to just do what you need to do. Alright, I have no idea if we have enough bots for all this. Nope, my bots are not happy. We never set up automatic logistic bot insertion. Let's get that going. We need the same thing. Logistics bot. Connect. They're not Z, but available logistics bots is X. So that should get us enough steam turbines someday. And there we go. Ooh, look at that floating point error, 9.59999. Man, good thing it's not 9.6. That would be overpowered. But yeah, so the thrust that it generates, I think, is all proportional. So it just essentially consumes more and generates more thrust, which is kind of a big deal. And then, yeah, those just mean better power efficiency on the crusher front. Now, why are they not getting recycled? This needs to say anything. No, that's not what we want. No, we need a filter. Yeah, filter crusher. I forgot to filter it. I don't know why. Okay, so we're gonna have to change it all. On all of them. We really should have parameterized this, shouldn't I? Grab tool belt, put it there and there. Perfect. Grab asteroid collector. I wish you could... like, we can't grab it and then open this with left click. So instead, I have to do it the old-fashioned way, but then I can click that over. And then this one is the thruster. Click that over. This one is the heat exchanger. Click that over. This one is the turbine. Click that over. Easy peasy. Okay, that wasn't working. Alright, then that'll keep things more empty, so we'll be able to make the uncommons and whatnot. Alright. How much do I care about turrets being uncommon? We already set that up, didn't we? How many uncommons do I already have? I have 30? I even have 22 rares? Might be enough. What are my conditions on turret making? It looks like I was just aiming for 30 uncommons. I see, okay. So if we upgrade those, and now I aim for 100 uncommons. That should get us a few more rares along the way. And then we are still using all of our iron. Probably because of all the buildings we're making right now. But wait. Did I not fix this? You know what? I might have fixed this for copper, but not iron. Because, yeah, I think I did this already for copper. There we go. That was preventing us from getting more than half of the green belt. Yeah, I think, yeah, I did that for copper, but not for iron. Okay, so there's a little bit more iron per second. Part of it's because we're doing research too. I guess that's spending some resources. And I'm still making science pretty inefficiently. I haven't put modules in all these, like the new prod modules and such, which would probably help. Let me at least do that for the expensive sciences. I guess those were already going a little bit better, but we can at least go from, what is it, 24% to 54% prod. That helps a bit. And then we can go for better speed right here and a better beacon right here. That should speed up things quite a bit. Get us an extra 20-something%. Go free. And then, yeah, so we put conditions on the quality module Gambletron. We put a condition on the prod 3 module Gambletron. And we put a condition on the speed 3 Gambletron. Did I put a condition on the beacon Gambletrons? I don't believe I did. So let's say beacon epic less than 100. That'll have that. Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa, what is going on here? What in the hootenanny? This, yeah, that's kind of... Stack size 1 gonna fix the problem? No. No, it's not. So, how do we help it out here? I guess we have to set it to be... What's the... Okay, hold on. When one of these recycles, it recycles into a fourth of this. So it recycles into exactly 5 of each type of circuit. And there's no chance based in that. So we should probably set the stack size to be 5. But the problem is they're actually coming out stacked, which I also didn't notice that was even possible. But they do. But that should make it slightly faster. Sometimes it might... wish we could disable the wait time. It's that wait time that's really screwing us over. Huh. I don't really see a way to make this better other than a higher quality inserter, which I'm sure is what you guys are thinking. Something bots. Yeah, look, okay. At some point we'll do bot quality, but at this point, no. So you delete, you change to bulky inserter. You request what looks to be 10 million items. Apparently we're not putting gears in a requester chest or a provider chest. That feels odd. So I guess I'll take this opportunity to make really cheap gears. Put those in a requester chest. The stack inserter is, well, is it faster? I thought it wasn't. Where are you, Stacky? No, it's 864. They're the same. So if you're not grabbing the full amount of items, it doesn't matter. And you can use bulk inserters in far more areas than you can use stack inserters. So like this is actually a perfect example of where I actually literally it will break if I use a stack inserter. Where was I looking? Up here. Because a stack inserter waits for a full hand before it swings. So it would be sitting there holding green chips saying, I need 16 green chips before I swing, and it'll just be stuck. So you do want to be careful actually with, yeah, how you do that. Now, I guess, is this a spot where mixing belt sides would just make things better? I actually think it would. After we've split the commons off, if we use both sides of the belt, that should help too. It would have messed with things for the commons, but I can do that after the commons. And that splitter was just conveniently sitting there already. So that should make things a little better, because it will more often be able to get what it wants in one swing, and then not have to wait. But yeah, it's still not great. Okay, there we go. So now we can get like a rare bulk inserter. Now the question I have is, uh-oh, I'm actually kind of concerned about this. Does the delay change at all? If the delay is the same, I think someone said it, well, no, that was for grabbing things. Interesting. I'm curious if the delay changes. And what I mean by delay is the delay between when it hasn't seen any of the item at once and then it actually decides to swing. If that delay is still just as high, this won't really change that much. I see. All right. I think we will call it an episode there. I think the delay is the same, but the swing speed is quite a bit faster with the rare, so that's helping. And this belt thing is helping. So yeah, we are starting work to, oh my god, what have I done? Why did I put this stuff so far away from where everything's put into chests? Wow. That might have been an ill-informed idea, but here we are. In any case, we are, wait, what? Why does that not have anything on it? Oh, low density structure. Hold fun. Why do I have 0 low density structure? What? I have 0 copper getting over there? That's great. That's just great. That's because that was a priority splitter. And we're using... Pretty much all of that copper is going to the heat exchangers right now. So that's what's happening. Yeah, robo-charging is starting to potentially become an issue. It doesn't seem to be that bad anywhere, so that's not a huge deal. There's a few congregating in this general area. But there's nowhere with like a big ring, which is when you know things you really need more. Okay, I am an hour and a half into this episode, so I am going to keep streaming here, but for those of you from future YouTube, as always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments below, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Alright, I'm gonna stretch real quick and I will be right back. All right. So, what's going on? We need, what do we need? I guess we just need, I guess they are going pretty far out of their way to charge. They're going all the way down there. The amount of copper we need is insane. Oh, that's bad. So, they're not delivering the copper from here to here because the words. The request is already met. So it would be helpful, I guess, if I put a storage chest like right here, filtered for copper. God. What just happened? I guess I didn't hit Control F. I don't know what that was. Or I don't know if the briefing messed me up. Something. That was weird. All of a sudden I was hitting a lot of hotkeys. That's all I... Okay, so... Aquilo briefing. I'll read that later. You like the ratio of one rare turbine to one normal boiler? Wait, is that right? Wait, what? You mean a rare boiler to... Oh, two... Well, you're confusing me again. I think you're saying one of these, yeah, goes with one normal boiler. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah, it does definitely simplify things a little bit, but... Because this is getting to the point where, yeah, 16 versus 9.3, these can handle a lot more. Two of these can handle 18.6, which is a decent amount more than this one, but... It would be best if I had some epics, but it doesn't seem I've gotten lucky. Not lucky enough for that. But yeah, I'm definitely going to use uncommon... Yeah, maybe I'll use rare thrusters. 2 is probably enough for my Aquilo ship. Especially given they're even faster. Basically like 3 normal thrusters. I don't need to go super fast. Sorry, Spleen, you asked me a question. Yes, this is the map from the current YouTube series. Indeed. Hey, Amy, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I know we've been having a good time. Let's see what's going on here. We're still rolling for epic beacons, but I actually have plenty. These have not been as hard to get as I thought they would be. I guess they're not that expensive. It feels weird because beacons are buildings. They feel like they should be more expensive than modules, but module 3s are, I think, about as expensive as like a nuclear reactor. Not quite, but it just is weird that like I'm nonchalantly making a ton of these, you know, module 3s trying to get epics when like that's kind of like rolling a bunch of epic nuclear reactors. One of those just sounds way more expensive than the other. Yeah, my resources are not doing great. I think it's the copper is the problem right now. Look at this. We're using up all of, or we're not making, yeah, we're just not making enough green chips. Oh, I never put the new prod modules in the copper table. Well, that makes a pretty big difference. And we also can prodify LDS. Oh man, no. We need to do better. Yeah, we need to do better. LDS is just so much better in a foundry. We're gonna switch this over. I don't know how we're gonna get LDS from over here to over there, but we're gonna do it. And we need plastic over here. I might just use bots. That's the lazy way. I don't know if it's the way I will do, but it certainly is easy. Okay, so we need some molten lava. Here. And then molten iron. Okay. 5 plastic to 1 LDS. That is the same ratio. Really feels like I should belt it rather than bots. What's the problem? It's not like this is my end game base or anything that I think is doing amazing. It's just my normal base with craziness and mess. Might as well use bots. Might as well. I guess we should do stack in soitas. And then we're gonna want prod this pretty heavily. And then we're gonna need some beacons. With some nice uncommon speed 2s. And there we go. We're also gonna want plastic being loaded in. Okay, I think we have enough of that. Yeah. Okay, power logistics box. We got 400 free. Nice. My spaghetti style is really going to be challenged on Aquilo. Perfect. I love it. We need that. We need that challenge. All right. So then what we're going to need to do is request. Because we gotta turn. I did turn that off. Okay. So then, where's the first place it gets used? Thankfully, it doesn't seem to get used until here. So this is where we need to put it into back onto the belt. Request. Church of low density structure. 500? 1,000? We'll do 1,000. Back. Boom. Okay. That's cool. Coolio. Cool beans. And another thing that would help, but is kind of a pain to do from here, would be to make copper cable with molten, because I think because it doubles. I mean, these are pretty productive. Yeah, it's not going to make that big of a difference actually, because our productivity is an extra 115% here, plus the plates, which are extra productive. So making the cable in a foundry is not actually that much different. This is probably using a lot more power though. But okay. And these have to stop running at some point, which will help. So that'll be a thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm making about 1 billion heat exchangers here just to get some. I'll probably just go with uncommons, I think. As uncommons, I'll only need 3 of them to handle 1 nuke reactor, so that's pretty nice. We're gonna need more of these. So we're very limited by the inserter there. Thrusters, we'll be able to do rares for sure. Crushers, I've already got some uncommons. There's 5 uncommon asteroids. We can get a tool belt going here if we'd like. Oh my gosh, my inventory. That's why we need the tool belt. When did I get that many red belts? Yeesh. Okay. Boom. Oh, yes. Give me all the inventory space. I need this. I have 3 spots left. How do I get that into a 3 wide spot? this shape. I don't know if it's possible, in fact, because we have even numbers here. Alright, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we're working on mining prod 6. 12 more minutes. Because why not? Then we'll be working on steel plate productivity. These are really struggling. Because we're not making P1s. Those are like all the way up here, right? Yeah. And that's an issue because our blue chips are eating all of the green chips. So we're not sharing any green chips. Or can we? Maybe we do this. Maybe these green chips can come down and around, and then up, and then over. Boom. There we go. Because that's what we need to make the, Oh, what am I doing? These can be made in EMPs. Or just cheaper. P1s. Alright, are those on the correct side of the belt? Yes. So that'll make purple science even cheaper. I don't know what percentage of the cost is productivity modules, but probably a lot of that copper. Now, rails are not something we can make anywhere else, right? Yeah, rails are just going to be costing what they costing. That isn't going to change. What could change is the speed at which we craft them. Okay, well that's about as good as we're going to do for purple science. I haven't looked at blue science in a while. Why don't we... With the usage of beacons, I think I can cut from 12 down to maybe 6. Probably could do 4, to be honest. So just do that, and that. And that right there is going to get us all the speed we need. And then get more productivity. 50% more. There we go. Gosh, I can't get over this. The distribution efficiency of 2.1, and that's 130% from each one. They're distributing 260% crafting speed. Now the issue is we don't have enough engines. So why did I not put these over here? And we can help our engine makers too. Oh wait, no, that's not close enough. That's why. That was... I fooled myself into thinking that was close enough. It's not. Alright, and then I would like to stop requesting regulars. Alright. So, the SS Enthuse. You need... to be... fairly big boy. I mean, it doesn't, actually. I don't know why I said that. Like, it's a necessity. It certainly isn't. but I will probably make it fairly beacon right. But I think we're gonna, because basically something that slows you down a lot at no benefit is going wider. So if we're only gonna have a few engines anyway, it doesn't make sense to build a super wide platform, so I probably won't. I'll probably need to go wider than this though. Let's do another 3 on this side. On this side. We'll start with that. And then do some sort of pointiness. Whoa! It can build corner to corner? I didn't actually know that. That's crazy. Wait. Why is it? Oh, am I just out? Yes, we're out. Okay. Okay, that's really gonna bother me if it's not like an even slope. So let's do, how pointy do we want this to be? 45 degree or 1 to 2? I think we want it to be 1 to 2, so something like this. It just looks good. Yeah, figuring out the shape first maybe is a mistake. We'll see. Yeah, Edison, I probably could make it up here. I guess with all the efficiency stuff we've gotten, it would help. But the Nauvis, what do you call them? Asteroid chunks are not very, what is the word? Productive? No. They don't yield very much metal, is what I'm going for. But with all the productivity stuff we've gotten over the last few planets, you know, now that we have a asteroid productivity itself, which I haven't started, I should probably do like one of those, mixed with the better recipes, mixed with having stuff like foundries, it certainly helps a bit. But yeah, are our beacons done? Yeah, so beacons are happy. Cool. Threes are happy. Okay. Cool. Derpamu. What? What? Oh, we had a biter breakout. It finally happened. How? Oh, wait. What? How are we? How do we have eggs that are that spoiled right now? Yeah, the fact that biters can damage things that quickly is actually kind of annoying. Like, I killed those biters instantly. That should not be... Because it just adds the annoyance. Like, it hit one thing one time, and it just adds the annoyance of making an alert where one really shouldn't exist. But... Anyway, No, Waskley, I have the laser turrets here to kill the biters. I don't need the gun turrets. Without the gun turrets, these still would have died instantly. At least. Anyway, my question is why and how? Is something wrong with my egg production? No, that's exactly the same as what it's been before. Or is it? Oh, this is crazy. So here's my number. Okay, so what's happening? This is such an interesting... Man, I wish we were recording right now. I don't have time for another episode, so I'm not going to start. But I kind of want to talk about this in the beginning of the next episode, too, so the people who watch from the future hear it. But what's happening... So the entire box is slowly spoiling. Because what's happening is this is removing the most spoiled when we get to 1,000. And it's removing 12 items. But then we're down below 1,000, and so it stops removing things. Then the new eggs come in, the fresh eggs, and get averaged with the pile of 88 that was the most spoiled. So it slowly is spoiling the entire batch because it's averaging the most spoiled with the new fresh eggs. Whereas that's not really what we want. What we want is to remove whichever pile is the most spoiled. So I kind of need some sort of RS latch situation where we remove 100 at a time. This is actually really interesting. Yeah, this is really intriguing to me. Because we're never removing a whole pile. It ends up averaging all of the freshnesses, because the fresh ones end up getting piled with the spoiled ones. So... what we need to do then... I mean, there's a lot of solutions. Yeah. You guys are sassy. I know. Yeah. Well, if you just didn't do it that way, you wouldn't have that problem. Yes. I know. I get it. All right, but we're actually going to fix this problem. And the way we're going to fix it is with an RS latch. And we now can do that. I have to remember how, but we can do it with a single decider combinator, which is cool. So RS latches have become much easier nowadays. Basically what I'll do is I'll wait until we get to 1,000, and then I'll output till we get down to maybe 800. And the reason is because we're also going to input some eggs while that one's working on outputting all of the eggs. And so I think it's just simpler. I'll change that to a stack too, so it'll go faster. I think it's just simpler if we do 200, and then that'll guarantee enough. What's the word? It'll guarantee enough removal that it'll remove a whole stack. Because then once a whole stack is removed, that will give an opportunity for a new stack to start, which will start at the full freshness. And then that will, slowly will cycle out. We'll get new stacks that have the freshness and old stacks that don't. The problem here is that the new eggs were always being added to an old stack because we weren't ever fully emptying out a spoiled stack of biter eggs. So that's the problem there. Hey, Aryaman, welcome. First time chatter, looking forward to the Doshington video. Yeah, Dosh is gonna do some crazy stuff. I am certain of that. So how do we do this? How do we make the RS latch again? It's like we feed this to itself. And then we output... There's like an or and an and. Yeah, it's something like low power. Are you effing serious? Wait, what? Are you for real? Are you for real? Wait, no. What's going on? Are these not hooked up right? Why are those only at half? Not hot enough? Oh. Maybe this shouldn't be 575. Maybe this should be 675. Maybe we're not actually staying hot enough. I guess I wasn't really paying attention to that because we had so much excess power before. Gambletron equals 0. Quick. 0 the Gambletron. Yeah, we'll be okay. What's the worst that can happen? Everything goes to shambles. Anyway, so okay, to fix this, how do we do this again? So let's see if we can. So we want the output a green signal. So if we have a green signal and the thing has yet to fall back below the number, or if the number is already too high. Is that how it works? So as long as it's still above 800 and we have our green signal, or the biter eggs are just above 1,000, either way we'll send the green signal. So then this will send a green signal. This will drop below 1,000, but it has the green signal and that's above 800. It'll keep having the green signal because it's sending the green signal. I think that's how that works. And then we need to green attach that and green attach this. And then this runs when the green signal is greater than 0. I think this is an RS latch. But yeah, that's actually a really interesting problem we ran into here. I never would have... You know, and that's the thing about Gleba and the spoilage stuff, is there's a lot of things where it's like, oh yeah, I mean, once you talk about it, it makes perfect sense that it would happen that way. But there's certainly not things that most people are going to pre-plan for and think about before it happens. It's certainly... Yay! It's working, though I don't have enough runway here to actually put it all on a belt. But yeah, this RS latch is working. Well, actually, I don't know what's working. I know the first step is working. I don't know if the second step is working. It'll take a minute for those belts to get here. Though they're going to get here faster because we did bot upgrade 7 or whatever it was. What bot upgrade did we get? This one. 435%. I wish higher quality bots flew faster. I think that would be a pretty significant help. Even if it was kind of like turret range is only 10% per quality tier rather than the 30%, I'd be fine with that. but it really doesn't feel like that huge of an incentive to make higher quality bots, when I kind of wish it was an incentive. The higher batteries are certainly helpful, but they're not massively helpful. But yeah, so now we're having fully fresh stacks of biter eggs. Yeah, anytime now. Here they come. Yeah, I mean, for this particular situation, higher quality bots would be kind of nice because they'd be more likely to make it across the water without needing to charge, but that's not your average scenario. Can this keep up, did we decide? Yeah, this can keep up. It can recycle faster than we can make biter eggs. But not by much. This will take another 30 seconds to catch up. But yeah, so we were getting basically biter eggs that were already far more spoiled than they used to be because of that corruption. I'm going to call it a corruption problem. The eggs were slowly being corrupted. Though, wait a second. Okay, now here's the problem. It would have been fine if logistics bots took the most spoiled item, but they don't. They were taking random items. And so I think because they were taking randomly, I mean, I don't know what, I am imagining it's not actually random, but I'm assuming whatever they take has nothing to do with spoilage. So they were taking it in a random enough distribution that these spoiled piles were still leading to more spoiled piles rather than refreshing piles. Even though we were taking 500 every time the ship came. That's weird. I don't know how to explain that. I don't know how to explain why even though we were taking 500 whenever the ship showed up, that still wasn't refreshing and making new stacks. Because it really should have been. So how are we, all the stacks were down to, 20 minutes? I don't know. Or maybe something else went wrong. I don't know. Maybe that wasn't even the issue in the first place. Maybe it's a red herring. A red biter. Because, yeah, like... we take 500. The bot swarm... Maybe it was this crazy situation where the bot swarm was spaced out enough or something, where they didn't grab enough to grab a whole stack all at once. Because a new stack should have showed up and been fresh. No, I get it. The new stack shows up and is fresh, but then the old stack is still spoiling. And then this inserter is taking the most spoiled stack. And then that's the stack that gets refreshed next. So yeah, I guess... I don't know. Somehow the fact that we weren't trashing a whole stack was bringing the whole group down in a way that I still am not fully comprehending. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens over time with this. Now that we've got a different system going. Maybe I should even go down to like 750. On the plus side, we've reviewed how to make an RS latch with one combinator now, so that's fun. Anyway, how's the base? How's the base? What are we doing? It looks like things are running again just fine. Research is researching. Things going swimmingly. Oh, I could put more, or better, prod modules in here. Should I do epics? No, I'll just do uncommons. I would need 35 epics for that. That doesn't feel quite worth it. Oh yeah, and these numbers have a bigger impact than they do on like the EMPs or the foundries, because it's the drain that's 50%. These don't have an innate productivity bonus. So that actually made a pretty big difference what I just did. Okay, what's your problem? Tile placement prevented. Wait, what? Oh, that's a hole? Hmm. I I question that that actually looks like a hole, because that right there is not a hole, and that looks almost exactly the same. There are a lot of areas on here that look like holes that aren't. Alright, there we go. So we've got a cool little arrowhead going here. We will use missile, well, rocket turrets. Should I make uncommon rocket turrets? Is that worth it? I mean, I'm sure it's worth it, but I think regulars will be good enough in this case. I don't know how many I'm gonna need. I'm gonna start with something like this. I might need to bluntify the front here, potentially. That should certainly be enough to take care of most of the big ones. And then we'll have a couple on the sides here just to make sure. Sides are okay. And I'll probably do a belt that has... Oh wow, look at the range on these bad boys. It's so nice. I'll probably do a belt that has both types. Oh, that works out kind of nicely. Both types on the same belt. Alright, so that will be... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need some more space for probably actually making all this crap. I don't know, there's a decent amount of space up here. We'll see what kind of magic we can work. We shall see what kind of magic we can... Oh, that's not gonna work out, is it? Sad. How do I make this happy? That. And then that. There we go. I guess that one can just go from there. Maybe it would be cleaner to do that than it would be anything else. Oh. Speaking of asteroid processing, I kind of forgot about grabbers in this little world. That's okay, one step at a time. How do I fit grabbers into this? that. And then, as far as turrets go, a few more turrets here in the middle will do a lot to protect from everything. These rare turrets really help with that range. I'll do that. As long as we have enough missiles to take out the big ones, this is more than enough turretage to handle the mediums. It's going to simply be a question of not turretage, but ammo production, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's way more asteroids than I'm thinking, but, you know, we'll figure it out. But that'll at least get our asteroids collected. And yeah, that's a good start. I know there's a lot of wasted space around the edges here that I might do something useful with. We'll see. And I can always make the whole thing a little wider pretty easily if I need to. You know, I just cut and paste a little bit over to the side. So that's not too bad if I really want to do that. Yeah, cool. How are the modules looking? We've got 794 speed 3s. I think I've made a mistake. What an unholy heck is going on with speed 3s? Huh. I guess it's actually just because I made a bunch on Vulcanus, and we're requesting them here. Yeah, that's all it is. 600 are right there. Okay, never mind. So nothing is actually wrong here. We are a little slow on the recyclers, which is unfortunate. Just barely keeping up. Chomp, 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 chomp. They are sort of keeping up, so I'll allow it. But yeah, we're almost at the 50 epics that we stop at. What is it? This one stops? Oh, I want 100 epics. Oh yeah, that's not going to stop for a while then. You want 100 epics, and we don't even have any yet, because those are going to my inventory. Yeah, Module 3s... Epic Module 3s are not cheap. I will just put it that way. They are not cheap at all. Beacons, though. We got plenty of those. So then, would it be best... Oh, you know what? It would. I should... Once I have enough quality modules, I should Gambletron... I should set up the Gambletron for efficiency modules, and then we can help out our nuclear power situation. Because if I change this, this is currently adding 100% speed. No, it's adding 100 times 1.5. That is 150. If we change it to an epic beacon and an uncommon speed 3, that's adding 2.1 times 65. That's adding 136. We're adding almost as much speed by combining one of these in an epic beacon than having two in a regular. And then that leaves us room to reduce energy consumption on top of that. Not only that, but energy consumption will be less compared to the speed we're adding, because these are adding 140 energy. That would only add 70, but it would then be multiplied by 2.1 instead of 1.5. So it would reduce our energy consumption increase by about a third-ish. So all that to say, I should just go ahead and do it rather than talk about it. More or less, we'll have the same, oops, same speed. And the efficiency's just for fun. Don't even really need it. Yeah, this will help a lot with power. What? Beacon is in the way. Are you serious? You can't... That's weird. That it doesn't, like, replace. Alright. That helps. These ones are the main offenders, though, and I didn't do anything to help them. I guess, actually, these are still regular speed 3s, so if I do the uncommon speed 3s, that actually saves us power, weirdly enough, because faster speed... Oh my gosh, I'm all sorts of faster speed will make for, you know, without increasing power requirements, means that they spend more time idle, which means less power usage. Wait, what? Oh, those are... Oh my god, this is actually... If you're trying to change two things at the same time, it's really annoying to get this done. Okay, so first we paint over the epics, and then we paint over the actual modules that are in the epics. I really am surprised it does not. Here on the sidebar, I got it over here, it doesn't summarize the effect multiplication. Like, it should add the modules effects together and then do the multiplying by 2.1 and tell you what the actual beacon effects are. Because you can't really tell unless you were to separately... This would be the only way to find out on your own. And that's presuming the building doesn't have changes. You know, what if the building... Like, it has an innate productivity bonus. What if it also had an innate crafting speed bonus, like in a mod? It would be really hard, and you have to math it all out, and it's weird numbers, and 2.1. I feel like that's the reason they added this calculation. So by the same logic, I think it would be helpful to have beacons tell you what they're actually propagating, rather than force you to math it out. But that being said, look at this crafting speed, 13.5. And I know we're, like, so far from what it can actually get up to, but that's still pretty nuts. Look at this. It's so fast you can't even see it. We're actually so fast that I don't know if that long inserter is really keeping up. We're gonna need better long inserters. Aloy, that's a different question, though. Yes, it is true that what it's propagating... Actually, no. I sort of disagree with your phrasing, but I agree with what you're saying, and I see what you're saying. It is true that when you are a building that is affected by more beacons, you get a lessened effect from each one that is affecting you. But what the beacon itself is outputting to the world is just a constant. And it's just a question of the building itself is not, and that would also be, oh no, it already tells you that though. Look, beacons X8, 35.35% each. So the building's already telling you it's getting about a third from each beacon. So I wish the beacon would tell you what is it giving that is then multiplied by a third. You know, because you get one of the halves that you need to calculate it, but not the other half. Again, you can figure it out, but you have to add those together. Which, if they're different modules, then it's even more tricky, and then you have to multiply by 2.1. So I'm just saying it could do that part of the math for you. But anywho, what next? I think we'll probably call it a stream soon here. I do have to go soon, but I want to keep working on this, but I don't want to do too much of it while we're not recording. Because I think the complicated part is going to be the asteroid processing. that's gonna be the big... That's gonna be the big part that we'll have to figure out. Should collect most of it, and then we'll do ones that are going out to the side here. And then probably some ones back here. I'll leave a tiny gap because, you know, the angle that they'd have to be flying in at is so perfect that that's really not issue most of the time. All right. That'll work more or less. Maybe less, maybe more. Thruster, rare. I mean, do I need more than 2? I don't know if I do. 2 rare thrusters will get us there, and the one thing I do know is that the slower we go, the less asteroids that are trying to smash into our platform per second. So I might want to start with a slow trip. Maybe I'll add potential future expansion of engine capability, but I might start with a little bit less. This piping work. Also, is that the normal color? Or is that blue because it's a rare thruster? Okay, I guess that's a normal color. I just never noticed that, like, purpley blue on the end of the thruster. That's cool. Maybe I want to do it differently. Maybe we want to do a centered version. Problem is, our ship is centered... Wait, no, that works. These are an even number. I'm kind of glad they made it an even number, otherwise this would be a lot more frustrating. Maybe I'll do 3 engines, and then I can go like that. Yeah. And then we can feed this into 2 spots. Because then that one passes through, and then we can feed this into 2 spots. Yeah, I'll do it like that. That actually looks cool. I like that. All right. Cool. Cool. Nothing but cool. Double launch. All right, I think we're gonna call it a stream here. But yeah, we've done some good work in this stream. Being able to upgrade our beacons and modules has really helped a lot of stuff, and it kind of lets us do whatever we want. You know, if we need something to be 10 times as fast as it used to be, we can now do that, which is just nuts. You know, like these gear makers. Just so funny, like between being able to stack things on belts, put beacons nearby, put higher quality beacons nearby, put higher quality modules in those, put high quality productivity so that we're getting like literally 50% more stuff for the same inputs. It's just crazy how much we can do. I mean, yes, I could do a better belt, but I don't even need the better belt because we've already got 4. This is a turbo belt. You know, a stacked yellow belt is a turbo belt. It's nuts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I keep thinking it's our first real attack, but no, it's just more biter eggs spoiling. Wow, that must have spoiled like right after it landed, because the bots didn't even have time to get all the eggs over. Before we log off, though, let's check on this egg stuff. How are we looking now? It's looking a lot better. Now there are actually stacks that are fresh, 99.1%. So that was the problem before, is there were no fresh stacks. Every single stack was down to 22 minutes. Hey, Alor, name in game. Before we log off, certainly. Let's get you over here by the biters. Nope, that's not right. I still don't know how I feel about having to, I hope this is a setting they give us at some point. When there's ghosts out in the world, you have to click and hold right mouse rather than being able to just do this like you used to be able to do. I understand that in remote view that's probably helpful to prevent a lot of accidental misclicks when you're building stuff, but at the same time, I kind of miss the old you can just mouse over deconstruct blueprints, you know, without having to hold it down. So I hope that's a setting we can, or maybe a mod can fix that at some point. I do have a clipboard version of it, or a blueprinted version of it, but it's the wrong material. I wanted to use refined concrete for a refined name. Alright, so in the next stream, which I think will be this weekend, I wasn't sure if I was going to be free, but assuming plans don't change, I'll have some free time. And we will be streaming. Now what? Okay, that was the last time. Yeah, upgrade planners being able to change tiles would be handy. Using so much power. You know, I would use a lot less power if I brought in... Do I have the rare electromagnetic plants? I know I said we were going to log off, but here I am doing stuff. Oh yeah, we've got rares. Okay, sweet. So changing the ones that are always running to rares is going to use a lot less power. Yeah. So that right there will save me a lot of power. I am telling the truth, right? Yeah. Faster speed, same power, which means they will spend less time running, produce the same amount. Wonder if... Well, again, we don't really have a total power graph. I guess this is as close as I can get, is this. Kind of my total power usage. Because the other things don't. But I really wish there was a total in this. I will always ask for that until I get it. But it does seem like when we replaced it, we went down a little bit. Hard to tell though, I guess. There could be various reasons for it. But like you can see these green ones are spending less time running. Anyway. Alright. Hey, save number 42. The meaning of space, age, and the universe. Good day to you, Wascally. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. See you later, Alor.